Good morning and welcome to Round the Globe on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. Nationwide healthcare crisis looms as resident doctors begin indefinite strike. Enugu Chief Judge frees 86 inmates to uphold justice and decongest prisons. Ondo Governor Ayedatiwa ends era of percentage salaries for workers. Governor Oti flags of completion of abandoned Umahia Iko-Tekpene Road. Naira strengthens slightly following CBN's latest policy shift. Wizkid's son makes waves as youngest Afrobeat rapper. I am Aneke. Now we'll begin the news in details. And from the foreign scene, President Trump arrives in Tokyo for trade and security talks with Japan's new Prime Minister, Connolly elected Ireland's first independence president after landslide victory. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors (NARD) has declared a total and indefinite nationwide strike beginning Friday, October 31, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. following what it describes as the federal government's persistent neglect of doctors' welfare. The decision was reached after a marathon 5-hour emergency NEC meeting in Abuja where members unanimously voted for a total shutdown of public hospitals. NARD President Dr. Muhammad Usman Suleiman accused government officials of insincerity, saying their demands, including salary arrears, improved hazard allowances, and better hospital funding, have been ignored for months. Hospitals nationwide are expected to experience major disruptions as doctors have been instructed to hand over patients and prepare for full withdrawal of services. Many Nigerians fear the strike could worsen the existing healthcare crisis, especially in rural communities where government hospitals are the only option. NARD insists that the strike is a last resort after failed dialogues, urging the public to hold policymakers accountable for the collapse of health services. The Federal Ministry of Labour is yet to issue an official response. In Enugu State, the Chief Judge Justice Raymond Ozemena has ordered the release of 86 inmates from the Enugu Custodial Center during the 2025 jail delivery exercise. Among those freed was an 86-year-old man discharged on compassionate grounds. Justice Ozemena described prolonged detention as a silent human rights violation and emphasized the judiciary's responsibility to ensure justice is not delayed or denied. He commended Governor Peter Mbah for supporting judicial independence and called on prosecutors to uphold fairness and transparency in the justice system. The Controller of Corrections, Valence Obizwe, hailed the initiative as a vital step toward prison decongestion and called for similar exercises across Nsukka and Oji River custodial centers. In Lagos, heavy weekend rains have displaced over 3,000 residents across Lekki, Ajah, and Ogudu, destroying homes and vehicles in one of the world's worst flooding incidents of the year. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency said rescue teams saved dozens trapped in submerged buildings, while engineers cleared blocked drainages and reopened key roads. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has ordered temporary relocation for displaced families and set up an interagency task force to prevent future disasters. Environmental experts warn that Lagos faces worsening flood risks due to climate change and poor urban planning, calling for urgent drainage reforms and stronger waste management enforcement. In Ondo State, Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa has ended years of financial hardship by clearing all outstanding salary arrears owed to staff of Rufus Giwa Polytechnic Owo, describing the move as the end of a dark era of percentage payments. Speaking during the school's first convocation in 12 years, the governor said 3 special intervention funds were released to restore workers' confidence and ensure full monthly payments going forward. He reaffirmed his commitment to repositioning state-owned tertiary institutions as engines of innovation and youth empowerment. Ayedatiwa also announced the reopening and renovation of the Polytechnic Staff School, emphasizing that education remains central to his development agenda. The acting rector, Olorunwa Adegun, praised the governor for restoring the dignity of labor and rekindling hope among staff and students. In Anambra State, political tension is rising as campaigns intensify ahead of the November 8th governorship election. Governor Charles Oludo of the APGA faces stiff competition from George Moghalu, Labour Party, Nicholas Ukachukwu, APC, and Jude Ezenwafo, PDP. The contest, analysts say, could redefine Anambra's political future amid growing voter frustration and calls for accountability. Soludo recently drew criticism after promising cash rewards towards one by his party, a move rivals described as illegal vote buying. The governor insists that it's an incentive for voter mobilization. Aneke and security agencies say they are fully prepared, with logistics and materials already being moved to sensitive areas. Observers predict a tightly contested race as the state braces for what could be a landmark election in the southeast. In Abia State, Governor Alex Oti has flagged off the completion of the long-abandoned Umuahia-Ikotepene Road. The 49-kilometer route linking Abia and Akwa Ibom had been left incomplete for 6 years. Oti said the new contract approved by President Bola Tinubu will cover the remaining 25 kilometers with reinforced materials and modern drainage. Speaking at the timber market in Umuahia, he reaffirmed his administration's resolve to rebuild critical infrastructure and boost trade and transportation. The event coincided with a grand reception held in honor of elder statesman and economist Dr. Oke Elazo, where the Pan-Igbo group Anyan Limu paid glowing tribute to him as a rare moral compass and national treasure. Governor Oti described Dr. Elazo as a man whose life reflects integrity, wisdom, and selfless service, while Igbo leaders including Chief Chris Okoye, Professor APC Nwosu, and Chief Nnea Nwodo signed a formal tribute celebrating his legacy. The federal government says it is committed to ensuring universal access to clean cooking energy by 2030 as part of Nigeria's energy transition plan. Minister of Environment Balarabe Lawal made this known at the Nigeria Clean Cooking Forum in Abuja, warning that unsafe cooking practices continue to endanger millions of women and children while accelerating deforestation and air pollution. Experts say over 160 million Nigerians still rely on firewood and charcoal, despite the soaring cost of cooking gas, now about 25,000 naira per 12.5 kg. Stakeholders, including the EU and Germany, have pledged support for cleaner alternatives and sustainable funding models. Lawal called for private sector involvement, saying the transition to clean cooking is essential for health, environment, and the climate resilience. And this news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all social media feeds on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and right here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Nationwide healthcare crisis looms as resident doctors begin indefinite strike. Enugu Chief Judge frees 86 inmates to uphold justice and decongest prisons. Governor Oti flags off completion of abandoned Umuahia-Ikotepene Road. Floods in Lagos displaced over 3,000 residents after heavy downpour. Naira strengthens slightly following CBN's latest policy shift. Wizkid's son makes waves as youngest Afrobeat rapper. Coming up shortly, President Trump arrives in Tokyo for trade and security talks with Japan's new Prime Minister, Connolly elected Ireland's first independent president after landslide victory. Russia announces breakthrough in ballistic missile program. Rebel forces capture key Darfur city from Sudanese army. Please stay with us.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Around the Globe on Aneke TV. Now we move over to the foreign news. Trump lands in Tokyo for trade and security talks. The U.S. President Donald Trump has arrived in Tokyo for talks with Japan's new Prime Minister Shinzo Takaichi as part of an Asia tour focused on trade, defense, and security cooperation. The visit follows his stop in Malaysia, where Trump brokered a ceasefire between Thailand and Cambodia. In Japan, discussions are expected to cover a $550 billion investment pact, military collaboration, and preparation for Trump's upcoming summit with China's Xi Jinping in Seoul. Takaichi, Japan's first female premier, is expected to reaffirm Japan's defense commitments and deepen economic ties with Washington amid rising tensions in the Indo-Pacific. Independent lawmaker Catherine Connolly has made history as Ireland's first independent president, winning 63% of votes in a landslide victory. Outgoing President Michael D. Higgins congratulated Connolly and wished her success ahead of her November 11 inauguration. Her win, backed by Sinn Féin, Labour and the Greens, has been hailed as a shift toward progressive politics. Connolly campaigned on unity, environmental justice and a referendum on Irish reunification, sparking renewed debates about Northern Ireland's future. In business, Nigeria's economy may be showing faint signs of recovery as the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) reported that the naira strengthened slightly to 1,210 naira per dollar in the official market after weeks of steady decline. The modest rebound follows the Apex Bank's injection of additional foreign exchange liquidity into the system and its recent directive to oil companies to repatriate export proceeds within 90 days. According to financial analysts, the policy has boosted forex supply and investor confidence, with early signs of stability across banking and trade markets. However, experts warn that the naira remains fragile as import dependence, high inflation and low crop production continue to strain foreign reserves. Meanwhile, the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso reaffirmed his commitment to tightening monetary policy, curbing inflation and restoring credibility to the banking system. He noted that the bank will maintain transparency and consistency in its policies to encourage long-term investment while cracking down on speculative trading in the foreign exchange market. In a related development, the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project SERAP has urged the NNPCL Group CEO Bayo Ojulari to explain missing funds uncovered in the 2022 Auditor General's report. The discrepancies include 22.3 billion naira, $49.7 million, £14.3 million, and €5.2 million allegedly unaccounted for by various subsidiaries. SERAP called for urgent investigation by anti-graft agencies, stressing that corruption in the oil sector remains one of Nigeria's gravest economic threats. In sports, Nigeria's under-17 women's national team, the Flamingos, are brimming with confidence as they prepare to face Italy in the round of 16 at the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Morocco tomorrow. The team, led by coach Bankole Olowokere, is determined to continue its impressive run after defeating Samoa 4-0 in their final group match. Coach Olowokere says his players have grown mentally stronger and tactically sharper, noting that Italy is beatable if Nigeria plays with focus and discipline. Star striker Chidera Oko and midfielder Amina Bello will spearhead the attack, while goalkeeper Precious John remains a key figure in defense. Sports Minister John Eno has sent a goodwill message to the team, urging them to play with pride and passion, reminding them that the Flamingos carry the hopes of African football. Nigeria aims to reach the quarterfinals for only the second time in history after a memorable third-place finish in 2022. Meanwhile, the Indian Cup 2025 golf tournament has teed off at Ikoyi Club 1938 with over 500 players from across Africa and Asia participating. The week-long event, chaired by Keshab Vaswani, celebrates friendship and sporting excellence, featuring contests for professionals, amateurs, and veterans, culminating in a grand awards gala on Saturday. In entertainment, social media is buzzing as Tife Balogun, son of Afrobeats megastar Wizkid, drops a freestyle teaser titled Champion's Arrival. The 14-year-old wowed fans with his flow and confidence in a short video that has since gone viral, amassing over 150,000 views in 24 hours. Fans hailed his performance, with one remarking, "Lion no dey bongos." Industry insiders say Tife could become one of the youngest breakout acts in Nigerian music if he continues refining his sound. Though Wizkid hasn't officially commented, sources close to the family say he's quietly proud of his son's budding talent. Still in entertainment, multiple award-winning actress Funke Akindele has announced a new film titled Olowo Gbogboro. The project, set for a December release, is set to explore themes of faith, perseverance and redemption. The actress says it will remind Nigerians to keep believing in possibilities even when times are tough. Her last project, A Tribe Called Judah, remains the highest-grossing film in Nigerian cinema history. And finally, global music star Tems has been nominated for 2 categories at the 2025 MTV Europe Music Awards, Best African Act and Best R&B Artist. She continued to soar on the global stage with her chart-topping EP Born in the Wild and the collaborations with Drake, Future and Beyoncé. And finally, before we go, here are a quick reminder of a major developments in the news. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has declared an indefinite nationwide strike from October 31, citing poor welfare conditions and unpaid allowances. In Enugu State, the Chief Judge, Justice Raymond Ozemena, freed 86 inmates during a jail delivery exercise. We also reported that Ondo State Governor Loki Ayidate has cleared all outstanding salary arrears at Rufus Giwa Polytechnic. And in Anambra, Governor Charles Soludo is facing public criticism following his pledge to reward votes won by his party with cash incentives. And that's all around the globe on Aneke TV. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, you can follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and right here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Asogwa, and our entire news team, I am Amaka Niji. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeanyi.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Yeah.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century, when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong. a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
It was Robert Greene who asserted, "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways." The Wise Counsel greatly explores why it is permanent for growing youth to learn and master in-demand skills. There are skills one can engage in to boost independence, employability, self-confidence, and entrepreneurship. Some of them include events decoration, hairstyling, furniture making, painting, tiling, and house decoration. Likewise, some tech skills such as search engine optimization, ethical hacking, web design, and game development. Although learning these skills could be time-consuming, difficult, and unclear, it is advised to keep learning until you become a master of it. Learning a skill is not enough. It requires mastering to compete favorably in the marketplace. When Aneke TV interacted with some residents of Enugu, they said that mastering a good skill was a gateway to financial freedom, economic empowerment, and a nation building.
My name is Tochukwu Ikeme Austin. I'm a stylist. I fix nails. We do pedicure, manicure. We do both locking. You understand? Both piercing, any type of piercing. That's what we do for a living. But instead of being idle, you have to get something doing to support yourself about tomorrow. Yeah, I learned it from my boss. I have a boss. It's not that much, but it's how fast you are. You learn it. And being creative, because call it stylist, you have to be creative. And that's all. I am my living, but not just that much, because we have a different motive. Maybe if you be looking for 1 million, then maybe you are getting 200,000. But you have to manage it instead of being idle. You understand? So that's it.
What do you tell Nigerian youths that are idle moving around?
It's nothing. It's just to look for something doing instead of being idle. You understand? It's something that you cannot even learn. Maybe it cannot even be 6 months or 3 months. You can learn it. It's something simple. It's free if you are ready for it. Instead of being idle, we'll give it a try.
Afambo Abuchi Christopher. If no phone, how from phone, I say, as on from all the phone, I say, when I go no, the end doors, August. I'm not catalan potosbo, Belwa phone, I'm Ewe case went in a year, went in 6 months. So, more, I'm a year, more. I hope we got signal, catch our law. Mana the little one mutagodu oge yengu ego and igesi nwunye we na egbo mkpa gị.
Chimeremma Vivian, Ofo by name, from Enugu State. As you can see, I'm a shoemaker designer by professional. Yes, a lot of gains, at least. Everywhere good, and God has been faithful to it. Depending on the designs, you can get the one of 15, 12, 20, 25, 30,000, depending the one you want. It's not easy, but on the process, once you get it, so you understand what you are doing, it will be easier for you to do. Yes, you have to go through the process now. If you have passion now, I believe if you have passion on something, if you go there, you achieve what you want. Once you are less busy and you are not doing anything, you channel your energy in something else. Skin is good. Handworking is good. At least you earn your own money without being insulted by some major things.
My name is Chemere, known as Papilo of shoes. Well, I don't like discussing about my this, but I can tell you that this work is one of the handmade. How should I put it? Handcrafts work that gives money. Is also good. I didn't work under one boss, like because I started this work in a tender age. Only thing I can drop as something to them is that in life is not that easy for men to just stay and relax at home or all these things. So it's not that easy. That's one. Secondly, everybody needs to have what he or she is doing.
My name is Ogidi Kenneth. I'm from Enugu State. I'm doing shoemaking in Ogbeteme Market, Enugu, let's say 14 years now. I have people that I have trained. So I'm still expecting some more people to train. Yeah.
Then how much can you make in a month,
roughly? Let's say approximately in a month, like 100 and something thousand. Because it's everyday work. We amend, we do new ones, we do all kind of work that brings money. As you can see, like Nigerian now, so somebody needs something, hard work, to train himself. Understand? I'm encouraging them to learn anything handwork, because handwork is life. Handwork can help you just to learn it and be creative. You'll be making much money. You don't need extra money to start updating, just to bend down and learn the work. After learning, you'll be progressing.
Good morning to you, our global audience. Good morning, Nigeria, and good morning, 042. It's a bright new day today on the Sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you for tuning in and joining us on this bright new week and this beautiful Monday. And as always, wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even making breakfast or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Monday morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. Today is Monday, 27th October 2025, and we're bringing a full lineup of weather, news, trending stories, and of course, that special sunrise vibe that get you ready to conquer the day. So, relax, grab your tea or coffee, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll give you a preview of the show.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us, and here is the preview of the program today. First, we'll bring up shortly, we'll kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and stay well-driven, all focused. Then, we'll go straight into the day top headlines. In our newspaper, everything you need to stay informed will be served hot and crispy. Followed with that, we'll give you the weather forecast across Southeast today, and then later, we'll round things up with the celebration or observance of the day to lift your spirit up. And right into the quote. Our quote for today is coming from Ralph Ransom. His quote says, "We live in a strange world where the poor walk miles to get food and the rich walk miles to digest food." I take that again. Ralph Ransom says, "We live in a strange world where the poor walk miles to get food and the rich walk miles to digest food." This quote speaks powerfully about the irony and inequality in our world. So let's break it down. According to him, we live in a strange world where the poor walk miles to get food and the rich walk miles to digest food. He uses simple but yes, striking contrast to show how different people's struggles are based on their circumstances. For instance, the poor, they walk miles in search of food, representing a struggle for survival, while the rich walk miles in order to digest food. For the poor is a question of lack of access to basic needs, and for the rich, taking miles, walking miles to digest food talks about excess of comfort and resources, so much that they now exercise to stay healthy or manage what they have consumed. The quote highlights deep social irony. Both groups are working, but for opposite reasons. One out of necessity, the other out of luxury. The deeper message here by Ransom is reminding us how imbalanced our society has become, where wealth and poverty create such drastically different realities. It is also a quiet call for empathy and awareness that while some people fight to live, others live to fight boredom or indulgence. In essence, this quote invites reflection on fairness, compassion, and the absurdity of inequality in the modern world. So, which of the spectrum do you find yourself? Do you work in order to search for that basic necessity, or you work just for leisure to digest the one you've consumed? Our society will be a better place if we recognize the both imbalances in our society, in as much as no matter the spectrum where you find yourself, there is always a need, there's always a want. There's never a time you get to a position of comfort where you no longer need anything. But as we journey along this path, where you work in order to meet your needs, or where you work for leisure, let's recognize both at this pathway, accord each other the desired respect, and if possible, exchange the needed pleasantry that could help us balance the situation. While you work for leisure, recognize the one who works for necessity. Such, our society could be a better place. But however, like Ramson did observe, the irony of life, we'll continue living this irony. And in as much as we recognize that this irony, this imbalance is a part of life, life will become easier. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll take a look at today's weather reports.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Stay tuned as we take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today. We'll start with the state of Anambra, the capital, Oka. Good morning to Oka. Early hours will be mostly cloudy, with some rain showing up in the early morning. Then clouds hanging around as the day warms up. Expect highs reaching around 29 degrees Celsius by mid-afternoon, easing back into high 20s later on. And over to Enugu, the coal city. Midnight and early morning cloud bring thunderstorms. Then shower ease off by morning. From late morning onwards, sunshine breaks through with highs up to 32 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. And in the city of Abakaliki, the night stays mostly cloudy. Showers possible around early morning. Then we will see the sun trying to push through. Afternoon highs climb to around 32 degrees Celsius. Later in the day, things mellow out. And over to the Jivun city of Owerri. You are waking up mostly cloudy, with rain likely around 7 to 8 a.m. The skies then clear into mostly cloudy as we approach midday, with peaks up around 31 degrees Celsius in the early afternoon. Evening will bring cooler, gentler air. And to Umuahia. And finally, good morning Umuahia. Intermittent clouds overnight with potential showers around early morning. Then by late morning to afternoon, the sun will be breaking through and highs will hit about 32 degrees Celsius. Evening heading back to comfortable highs around 20 degrees Celsius. So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay comfortable, stay safe. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the newspaper headlines.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us on the Sunrise. Now, let's take a look at what made the front page news today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and the Guardian newspapers. Now, let's take a look at The Nation headline. National Assembly Constitution Review panel proposes 6 new states. I take that again. Front page of the Nation newspaper. National Assembly Constitution Review Panel proposes 6 new states. And over to the Punch. The headline on the Punch newspaper reads, under Buhari, Tinubu, 500 generals forced out despite rising insurgency. Under Buhari, Tinubu, 500 generals forced out despite rising insurgency. And moving over to the Vanguard newspaper. On the front page of the Vanguard newspaper, Aneke, man, Nachima rejects Senate's National Social Investment Trust for takeover. I take that again. Aneke, man, Nachima rejects Senate's National Social Insurance Transfer takeover. That's the headline on the Vanguard newspaper. And moving over to the Guardian. On the front page of the Guardian newspaper, 767 LGAs without active websites amid autonomy. 3 trillion naira yearly windfall. I take that again. On the front page of the Guardian newspaper, 767 LGAs without active websites amid autonomy. 3 trillion naira yearly windfall. Mr. Chris.
Yes.
Let's start with the Guardian newspaper being the last one that I've mentioned.
Well, in the first place, it's my pleasure being here this morning on the show and saying a happy new week. At least this is a Monday morning. Weekend is come, it's gone. Well, interesting headlines there. Excuse me there. So the last one you said is 700 and...
the director, if you can, please, can we go through the headline again?
How many of the the local government? 767. The last time I checked, we have 774 local government areas across the Federation of Nigeria. So why are we having only 767? Not having websites, not having active websites, so to say. So in that case, we are saying how many of them have active websites? Just a few of them. I mean, it's actually a call for concern because I wonder how people are going to access information from the government side. You understand? Website is a modern technology. When we want to talk about information communication technology, ICT, which is now the in thing, which has globalized the world into a global village. Information and communication breaches gap, you understand? People should be able to access what the government is doing. People should be able to know what is coming from the government side in terms of plans, policies, proposals, in terms of projects. And it's only through the website that people who are actually not domiciled within the local areas could be able to access information to know what actually is happening from different local government areas in the country. Again, the value of website again it's such that it should be able to market, to market local government areas to the rest of the world. Of course, because if we're talking about win international investors into our client, how are they going to know the natural resources we have? It's only through the website that local government areas are able to market what they have, what is domiciled in their localities. For instance, my own local government area, if we have an active website, we should be able to tell people from the rest part of the world what I have in my local government area in Enugu State, Uzuwani local government. You come to understand that our land is richly fertile, my place produces rice, my place produces cassava. There are real tourist sites in my local government. For instance, we have a stream in my local government that one part flows hot water, another part flows cold water. I mean, the hot water point is a boiling point. Do you understand? And the two don't meet. Yet it is coming from one source. Is that not a tourist site? So it is only through the website, when we have active websites, that we can now begin to market our local areas to the rest parts of the world. Again, citizens can now begin to hold their governments, their representatives in government accountable. We should know what is the budget for each local government area per year. How much the local government has received as allocation from the federal government, how much have they generated as internally generated revenue from their localities, and then how much they are going to spend, so that citizens will be able to, query and question, especially now that we're talking about financial autonomy for the local government areas granted by this administration under Bola Ahmed Tinubu for the local government areas. How are we able to assess how much they have received as local governments? Is the money even coming directly to them? Are we still seeing the state governors hijacking their funds? These are the issues. But where will the citizens lay hands on this information, if not through active websites of the local government areas? So I don't know if it's an intentional act, to keep information away from the people, and that's why they have refused to make their websites active. I don't know, but I think it should be a policy of government to direct every local government area in Nigeria to have an active website. For crying out loud, this is 21st century. We're dealing with information communication technology. You understand? And look at the whooping sum of money there. 3 trillion naira yearly windfall. A lot of money is being sunk into the local government now, outside. A lot. Because I know that the allocation from the federal government since the removal of oil subsidy has tripled. It has tripled. So the subnationals, that's the states, and the local governments, the local authorities, are receiving ×3 of what they were receiving previously. So a lot of money there. But then you look around, you begin to ask yourself, what are the local authorities doing for their people? Where are the projects? The markets are not booming. We're not even seeing road infrastructure. In this time and age, a local government chairman could come out and tell you that he has been able to, what do you call that road work? What's it called again? Not, what do we call it again?
You mean walkways?
No. The act of using maybe machines to clear the roads. What's it called again?
Mowing?
Not mowing this time around. Well, I'm going to get it. It just escaped my mind now.
Okay.
We should be seeing local governments tarring roads now.
Okay.
They should go beyond just clearing roads to tarring roads, for crying out loud. Local roads aside. It's not a crime if our local communities now begin to enjoy, tarred roads in the local communities. It must not be dusty everywhere. Okay. Look at the schools. What are the local governments doing with the primary schools? Why are they not able to fix primary schools? The other time P2B visited the school in FCT and said, see our educational facility. And then the FCT minister was almost eating his head raw. But these are just the issues. So I don't know. It's a pity that this is what we are still dealing with in this age and time.
All right. Just 2 quick ones. First of all, talking about the river or the stream in your locality.
Yes, sir.
What's the tourist status of that place? Is it generating funds for the local government?
Well, to be sincere with you, up till now, because that thing has existed even before time, up till now, nothing has been done with it.
The local government is
just there waiting away.
Okay, secondly, what do you think is the challenge with the local government, being that the federal government has gone to court? Now, the CBN now directly asked all the local governments to open an account where they could credit the local government directly, independent of the state government. So what's the challenge with this situation? Are we suffering from administrative autonomy or financial autonomy?
Both. Because in the first place, the president had good intentions. While he was governor of Lagos State, he actually was able to establish more local government development centers, which he wanted to turn into local government areas. But he had issues with the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, who told him, as a state governor, he doesn't have what it takes to create local government areas. So he understands the system very well. And that was why, when he became president, the first thing he did was to take the matter to court, against the will of the state governors. But again, outside, we just said we are granting excuse me, we are granting financial autonomy to the local governments and not granting them political autonomy. Now the president mandated all the state governors to organize local government elections in their various states. And he gave them a period of, I think, October last year, where he said, if you do not organize local government elections, then your allocation is not going to come to you anymore. So we saw where all the state governors were in a mad rush. For the very first time, we saw the will now to organize local government elections in the different states of the country. Let us say, what did they do? They succeeded in making sure that the people they picked through their political parties must emerge as winners of the local government elections.
Okay.
If a particular political party is in charge of a particular state, that party is going to sweep all the local government chairmanship positions, sweep all the councillorship positions in the state.
But that's been the trend in Nigeria. So
do you understand? So at the end of the day, you come to see that the hands of these persons, whoever emerges, they are tied. So the money could go to their accounts, but at the end of the day, you must have to go and surrender whatever you've gotten.
Allegedly?
Well,
Allegedly.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Allegedly.
So at the end of the day, if you have the local government chairman, they may tell in the public, yes, they are receiving their money, which is true. But then at the end of the day, what have you done with the money? The truth of the matter is, they are not actually responsible for the spendings.
Okay. Until we carry out an inquest, we may not really know. But
That's all right.
while you were speaking, you did talk about political autonomy. For the sake of our viewers, could you expatiate on what you mean? We've heard about financial autonomy, administrative autonomy, and now political autonomy.
Political autonomy in the sense that can we have a system that is liberal? Something that looked like what we saw in Rivers State play out. Rivers State, to the best of my knowledge, is still a PDP governed state. But we saw where an election was organized at the local level, and then the opposition party, APC, was taking over almost all the positions, except for a few seats that PDP had to take. Political autonomy in the sense that would we have possibly another electoral body, if not INEC, maybe another electoral body, to be saddled with the responsibility of organizing local government elections across the Federation. By the time we take away of organizing elections from the states, let the national, organize these elections. So that INEC, okay, get a timetable for local government elections to be conducted across the Federation. Are you getting the point? The way we organize presidential, National Assembly, state elections. Why is that of the local government being organized by the states? So you come to see that opposition has no voice, opposition has no powers, opposition has no place once a local government elections are organized. And he who pays the piper, they tax the tune. So if the governor has called on you and said, take your ticket for chairmanship, and he may ensure that you get into the office, how dare you say no when he calls you and says, this is what you're going to do with the funding? So you see that their hands are tied politically. But then theoretically on the paper, we say that the allocation goes to them as provided by the new law. So that's just the problem. And then again, we need to amend our constitution that provides for the joint allocation. Yes, because you go to the constitution, governors may say that they are right in trying to hold down the local government system because the constitution has not really given the local government system full independence to be on their own as a third tier of government.
Okay, but what is certain here is that financial autonomy has been granted
since
the pronouncement of the Supreme Court. It
That's
only
right.
becomes law itself.
That's right. It's a kudos to this administration under Bola Ahmed Tinubu anyway.
All right, let's take a look at the Nation newspaper headline. On the front page of the Nation, National Assembly Constitutional Review panel proposes 6 new states. This has been the issue with Nigeria so far. There's been clamor for creating additional states. And this time around, we are seeing this very National Assembly going forward to look into this. And the National Assembly Constitutional Review now proposes 6 new additional states. Mr. Chris.
Yes, my brother. Well, this is a welcome development. I think for the first time we're seeing a civilian government aside the military try to take this bold step of creating states. Also, I wouldn't want to be pessimistic about this matter. We need to be optimistic that it's going to be possible. Let's see for the first time the possibility. Otherwise, the states that have been created in Nigeria, none was ever created by the civilians. They've all been creations of the military in government. So if this current National Assembly and the presidency are considering creating additional states for the different regions, it's a welcome development. But there again is the politics in the exercise. Now we are talking about 6 more states. Now, which zone will be taking the 6 states? I think they are saying each of the geopolitical zones is going to take 1 state. Aside, there is already an existing imbalance in the structuring. Out of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country, 3 is in the north, 3 is in the south. Out of the 3 in the north, 1 has 7 states. The other 2 has 6 states each. If you come to the south, we have 3 geopolitical zones. 2 out of the 3 has 6 states each, except the southeast that just has only 5 states. So now, if you're going to create an additional 1 state for the southeast, that means they are going to be at par with 5 other geopolitical zones. So if you now end up giving the other geopolitical zones additional one more state, is that still not going to have an imbalance, continuation of the imbalance in the system? If you understand what a state brings to the people, Osai, you will understand how the southeast has been shortchanged, both politically and economically. Because a state is going to give you access to institutions. You're not just going to have elected officials like the governor. You're going to have senators. You're going to have House of Rep members. You're going to have members of the State Assembly. You're going to have more local government areas coming from that very particular state that has been created. And that comes with its own opportunities. It comes with its own benefits. And aside the local government areas that will be created, aside, allocation is going to come in around. They should please be talking of giving the Southeast 2 more states, and then the other geopolitical zones, one more states. And not say each geopolitical zone additional 1 when the Southeast is already shortchanged by 1. So I think equity. If we must go to equity, we must go with clean hands.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. And finally, we'll take a look at the Punch newspaper. Mr. Chris, this headline under Buhari.
Very worrisome.
500 generals forced out despite rising insurgency.
Very, very worrisome.
He talked about, does anything change from our headlines? And
well,
this very headline
I didn't say it on camera. I said it behind the cameras.
Right. But this very headline still echoes the issue of security, insurgency in Nigeria.
That's right.
Amid the headline here, 500 generals forced out despite rising insurgency. What's your take?
What's really worrisome there, Osai, is the use of the word forced out.
Okay.
Which means we have some elements of politics attached.
Okay.
When they tell you generals need to leave, maybe, just maybe, civilian democratic elected leaders, like we can see, the newspaper headline there is suggesting that under Tinubu and Buhari's administration, we have up to 500 generals, leaving. Maybe, just maybe, you are elected into office as a president and you're not comfortable with a caliber of, military personnel around, and you don't just want to see them around, maybe for fear of ability to topple your government, like we had last time of a particular coup scare in Nigeria. You understand? But we are dealing with a very big problem in our hands, which is insurgency and insecurity. We need professionals. We need these men with experience, wealth of experience in the management of security issues, to still be on board. So by the time we are forcing them into retirement, and one other thing that happens, like you heard Mr. President has just appointed new service chiefs.
Yes, the shuffle.
Also in the military, if you are a junior ranked officer, and now you've been promoted to become part of the service chiefs, if I'm your senior, I won't remain any further in the system service because I have to retire. I cannot be taking orders from you. I won't be giving you salute. So this is a way civilian leaders, employ. It's a strategy they employ in making these people go on compulsory retirement, which shouldn't be so. We need them to keep coaching, to keep teaching, to keep tutoring the younger military officers, especially now that we're dealing with insurgency, we're dealing with all manner of insecurity crisis in the country. Now, by the time these men are forced out of service, where do they retire to? Into the empty space. And we don't have the tradition of even falling back to them as archive, We have the Nigerian Legion, which is a body of retired but not tired officers. But what have we done with them? They live with these experiences. If you know what it takes to have a military officer trained, the cost, what it costs the country to train a particular military officer, and the person walks to that point of attaining the highest level of general, and then we just let them go. It's a waste. It's a waste, for crying out loud. And look at the number, 500 of them. We need these men to be back as long as they are still active to help us. If not back into the academy, I think we have the Nigerian Defense Academy.
Yes.
We could bring them back there, where they now begin to serve as teachers, mentors to the younger, officers, to be able to combat war. We need them. It's not the best anyway.
All right.
It's not the best. It's not healthy for the country, Nigeria.
Okay, but now that we're talking about it, looking at a situation where service officers are appointed, top officers are meant to retire from service and all that, what danger does this portend to fighting insurgency in Nigeria?
Well, just as I said earlier on, by the time you lose your best hands, by the time you lose men with experience, what do you expect from the younger ones? In the time past, the Nigerian military force was adjudged to be, if not even the best, let me use the word, one of the best in Africa. The days of ECOMOG, we sent our best hands, on a peacekeeping mission to make sure that our neighboring countries, around us are not toppled by crisis. You made the days of Liberia, the days of where are these countries that had a serious, insecurity crisis and challenges. It's our military forces that went there to quell the crisis and restore peace in those regions. So how come that we have been fighting insurgency in Nigeria since 2014 or 15 or thereabout, and up to now, we are not winning the war? Is it that our men are no longer gallant enough, or is it that we are politicizing security? So the implication is very, very dire. We cannot be losing our generals and then pushing them out. Where are they going to in the first place? Are they going into business? Are they going into the classrooms? Or are they just going to sit back at home as retired generals? So we need them to reabsorb them back into the system. And please, let's stop forcing them out. Let people retire when they're supposed to retire, by age or by number of years they put into service, and not being forced out. You don't show them the exit door when they're not done.
And there has to be preparation for retirement.
But that's true.
All right.
That's true.
All right. So having said that, on the sunrise, let's start with the local government's digital footprint. And you've heard our guests. At the end of the day, it all behoves on public accountability and transparency. And we can't stop calling on our local government chairmen, our local government councils, to toe the path of accountability, transparency in office. Now we've talked about political autonomy, we've heard about financial autonomy and administrative autonomy. All these are geared towards empowering the Nigerian citizens at the grassroots. Therefore, every local government should see to it that they are not just accountable to the people, but they are transparent in their dealing, such that any individual dealing with freedom of information bill should be able to access information concerning every local government in Nigeria. And now we move over to the issue of state creation in Nigeria. Our position, like our guest, Mr. Chris Anibog, did mention, he that must go to equity must
go
go with clean hands. Now, the marginalization of the Southeasterners has been at the front burner, and given the protest on 20th of October this month cannot overemphasize the situation. While we talk about creating additional states, which is welcomed, let's see to it that there is a balance, first of all, in the system, being that the Southeast is the only region in Nigeria with less states. And you heard our guest did mention the economic benefit of states to the citizens, and the Southeast in this regard are shortchanged. Therefore, we call on the National Assembly, the federal government, and the governors of southeastern Nigeria, and indeed every other leader of thought in Nigeria, to lend their voice to that of Ned Nwoko when he calls that the Southeast needs an additional state, and there has to be a balance in the system. While we talk about creating additional states to make it 7 each per region, the Southeast needs additional 2 more states to be at par with other states. That's right. Now, finally, speaking to our military officers being forced out from service whenever a new appointment is being made, or when there is a reshuffle, new service chiefs are appointed, we'll see their equal officers, some forced to retire, or senior officers forced into compulsory retirement, unplanned retirement. And we'll ask the question, is this the same situation from other clients? Now, we know that this is a military tradition that we inherited from years of military rule in Nigeria. And we'll ask the question, must we keep to this tradition or reform and restructure the system for equity, for balance, and for us to be able to get the best from these men? Therefore, our position on the Sunrise this morning is that the government should look into this situation, restructure the system, see to it that officers are not just forced out. Perhaps we could talk from America, where the service chief reports directly to the president, and every other person is subordinate to him, rather than forcing our trained, experienced officers out of the system. Not to mention the security implication of this situation. So, we'll call on you, our dear leaders, to hearken to the voice of reason and see to it that this situation is dealt with as we journey along a democratic path, so that equity will not be seen to have been done, but like justice, let's all feel that justice has been done in Nigeria. And with that, we'll say thank you, Mr. Chris and Bob, for coming to the Sunrise, as always, to give us an expert analysis and opinion on issues happening in Nigeria. It will be a pleasure to see more of you.
It's always my pleasure, my brother. Thank you very much, Osai.
All right. And with that, we'll take a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to talk about the celebration of the day.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us. Now, word celebration. What's the word celebrating today? Let's lighten the mood a bit with informative knowledge about today's celebration. Today is the World Day for Audiovisual Heritage, which is usually celebrated on October 27th. The World Day for Audiovisual Heritage is celebrated every year on October 27th, and it was established by UNESCO in 2025. The special day serves as a global reminder of the importance of preserving the world's audiovisual materials, things like films, radio, and television programs, recordings, documentaries, and other sound and moving images, archives that capture our history, culture, and identity. Aim of the day. The aim of the day is to raise awareness about the urgent need to safeguard audiovisual archives, to recognize the work of institutions and professionals who preserve this heritage, to encourage governments and communities to invest in digital restoration and storage, ensuring that future generations can access these records. So, let us know what this celebration means to you and what you will be celebrating today and how you'll be celebrating it. Let us know by tagging us all at Aneke TV across Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, or call our number 0703 043 7110. 0703 043 7110. And that's a wrap on this edition of Sunrise Today. But do remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Stay informed. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way same time tomorrow. I'm still your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
kwanu dimi no di ekwe yibo do
obe ba ya kwa mo
na ma na mu kwanu dimi ma jowo di di ekwe yibo do ne do da mu na mu
iya
do do ne ke
iya
do da mu no go no mu ke ke do do ne ke ayi ne ke je do do ne ke do mo da do do ko ma sha bi do ne ke ti
dele na ma lo lo ko wo ele yo baba yi wo bu ji be go je ka kala wo la ke da jo ku bi de ya do lu bu la bo le je no ke do wo dulo to goro iya
mo ta mo ta mo ku ma tu mo na yi de ni mo ta ma la ku ko ta de ni da ma jo
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century, when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigeria railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters, and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
It was Robert Greene who asserted, "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways." The Wise Council greatly explores why it is permanent for growing youth to learn and master in-demand skills. There are skills one can engage in to boost independence, employability, self-confidence, and entrepreneurship. Some of them include events decoration, hairstyling, furniture making, painting, tiling, and house decoration. Likewise, some tech skills such as search engine optimization, ethical hacking, web design, and game development. Although learning these skills could be time-consuming, difficult, and unclear, it is advised to keep learning until you become a master of it. Learning a skill is not enough. It requires mastering to compete favorably in the marketplace. When Aneke TV interacted with some residents of Enugu, they said that mastering a good skill was a gateway to financial freedom, economic empowerment, and a nation building.
My name is Ikeme Austin. I'm a stylist. I fix nails. We do pedicure, manicure. We do both locking. You understand? Both piercing, any type of piercing. That's what we do for a living. But instead of being idle, you have to get something doing to support yourself about tomorrow. Yeah, I learned it from my boss. I have a boss. It's not that much, but it's how fast you are. You learn it. And being creative, because call it stylist, you have to be creative. And that's all. I am my living, but not just that much, because you know we have a different motive. Maybe if you be looking for 1 million, then maybe you are getting 200,000. But you have to manage it instead of being idle. You understand? So that's it.
What do you tell Nigerian youths that are idle?
It's nothing. It's just to look for something doing instead of being idle. You understand? It's something that you cannot even learn. Maybe it cannot even be 6 months or 3 months. You can learn it. It's something simple. It's free if you are ready for it. Instead of being idle, you give it a try.
Afambo Abuchi Christopher. If no phone, all from phone, I say, as on from all the phone, I say, when I go no, the end also gas. I'm no catalam photos bo. Galwa phone, Ewe case ewe then a year, ewe then 6 months. So more a year, more ya. I work where I signal catch our low. Mara the little one mutago do. Okay, young go. And you get soon when you bump back.
Chimerema Vivian, or by name, from Enugu State. As you can see, I'm a shoemaker designer by professional. Yes, a lot of gains, at least. Everywhere good, and God has been faithful to it. Depending on the designs, you can get the one of 15, 12, 20, 25, 30,000, depending the one you want. It's not easy, but on the process, once you get it, so you understand what you are doing, it will be easier for you to do. Yes, you have to go through the process now. If you have passion now, I believe if you have passion on something, if you go there, you achieve what you want. Once you are less busy and you are not doing anything, you channel your energy in something else. Skin is good. Handworking is good. At least you earn your own money without being insulted by some major things.
My name is Chemere, known as Papilo of shoes. Well, I don't like discussing about my this, but I can tell you that this work is one of the handmade. How should I put it? Handcrafts work that gives money. Is also good. I didn't work under one boss, like because I started this work in a tender age. Only thing I can drop as something to them is that in life is not that easy for men to just stay and relax at home or all these things. So it's not that easy. That's one. Secondly, everybody needs to have what he or she is doing.
My name is Ogidi Kenneth. I'm from Enugu State. I'm doing shoe making in Ogbete market, Enugu. Let's say 14 years now. I have people that I have trained. So I'm still expecting some more people to train. Yeah.
Then like how much can you make in a month, roughly?
Roughly. Let's say approximately in a month, like 100 and something thousand. Because it's everyday work. We amend, we do new ones, we do all kind of work that brings money. As you can see, like Nigerian now, so somebody needs something, hard work to train himself. Understand? I'm encouraging them to learn anything handwork, because handwork is life. Handwork can help you just to learn it and be creative. You'll be making much money. You don't need extra money to start updating, just to bend down and learn the work. After learning, you'll be progressing.
I'm sewing. I'm learning how to sew. Of course. I would like to make a lot of money from it. The only thing I would like to tell them is to go and learn work, because without this work, you will be depending on human being, and they can disappoint at any time.
My name is Mr. Ido, and I'm doing fashion and designer in Ogbete main market. When somebody do business, what you are expecting from there is gain. But when you sit at home or you are just there doing nothing, I don't think there's anything that will come out of it. It's for long ago. It's more than 15 years now. So I believe that when you come here and concentrate to what your guy is teaching you, I believe that at the end of the day you will get a joy and you will be happy on it. My encouragement there is that all the youth is that instead of you to stay idle or doing nothing or waka about, I believe that once you come out there, you decided to do something, at last, at the end of the day, there will be a gain there for you. So I'm advising them to come out and learn something. It's not much to be this. Every other worker out there for them to learn, so that you may surely get gain on it at the end of the day. That's my advice for them.
My name is Aneke again, the president of Ogbete Market Traders Association. If you come inside Ogbete, as you came today, you will see that Ogbete have chance for new people. Any person who wants to learn work, any handwork, if you come inside Ogbete management and the commodity will accept you. And after that, you will see, without being told, you see yourself excelling, being perfect in whatever you learn. In Ogbete, we accept everybody, but first of all, the rule of the market. We don't accept any person who is a criminal. We don't accept any person who is a liar. We make sure we tell you the rules and regulations of the market. And once you abide with it, we are going to accept you.
When youths master skills, they master their destiny. Capacity building is not just development, it is liberation. Mesoma Ogodere, Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Amadio hosted an exceptional business summit, a special edition masterclass for CEOs at the Amadio Event Center in Enugu, Nigeria. Widely regarded as the best of its kind, the summit was designed to empower Southeast business owners with strategies to build compelling brands, attract more customers, and boost profits. The keynote speaker, Dr. Emeria Agongwa, described business as a battlefield, speaking at length about what sets brands apart. He urged entrepreneurs entrepreneurs to create business that spark emotions, inspire confidence in the masses, and understand their growth dynamics before scaling. Dr. Agunwa also clarified the distinction between horizontal and vertical business growth, offering practical insights to guide attendees.
So in business, you wake up there to see things like that's what China is doing. China did not infiltrate the market like everyone, like Nigerians want to. They went to the core so that your brother from Anambra State goes to China. They call them white level. Who knows what they call white level products? Yeah. Beautiful. White level product is that you can call any product, wristwatch, t-shirt, shoe, anything you have in the back of your mind as your idea. Just put your logo, but we own the product. Who are you buying from? China. That is it. So that's how they have vertical growth. But you are having horizontal growth by selling to more people. But the more horizontal growth is dependent on vertical growth.
Participant Mr. Francis Oka, speaking to Aneke TV, praised the program as very impactful, highlighting its actionable takeaway.
The facilitator is loaded and the content is massive, especially as it has to do with making that progress from just being a self-employed person to being a business owner, running a business for you with structures and systems in place. So yes, it was really, really impactful.
Another attendee, Mrs. Daberuchi Chiemere, called it amazing and an eye-opener.
Okay, it's so amazing. Like, it's not, I didn't waste my time. The time is actually well spent. Like, I love it. I got to understand some things. I was actually, my eyes opened to some things I was actually neglecting.
Similarly, Somto Chukwuokafor and Asi Benjamin shared that the summit inspired them to think outside the box, encouraging them not to consume but to produce and expand their ventures.
One of the things that inspired me is the ability for me to be able to think outside the box, not just to think about consumption, but think of ownership.
My take home on this is not to limit myself on one area of my sector.
The summit, which drew participants from across the Southeast, was highly interactive. Dr. Agunwa invited attendees to share their business challenges, offering tailored solutions on the spot. He also debunked common business misconceptions and encouraged owners to build ventures with lasting values, emphasizing that the market is eager for Africans to seize global opportunities. Chidimmi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba.
I am Chidimmi Kemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world. Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Good morning and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we x-ray and give post-mortem analysis on issues that help in shaping our nation. And today, we'll focus squarely on pressing national issues that shape our nation. Talk about the appointment of the new Aneke chairman, defections, is Nigeria turning into a one-party state, and happenings on October 20th and a lot more. We've brought a Nigerian, a committed citizen of Nigeria, first of all, a man who has lived these issues and is willing to speak about it without holding back. Honorable Nick Ozonsi, it's always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much.
All right, today we are focusing squarely on conversation with Honorable Nick Ozonsi on state and national issues. Honorable Nick is a chieftain of the PDP in Southeast Nigeria, former LG chairman, Udi local government area, and he is the deputy coordinator, Enugu PDP concerned stakeholders. Honorable, with you, first of all, let me say thank you for cancelling every other program to join us on this program, The Insight.
Thank you.
All right. Without wasting time, I want us to delve into the INEC issue.
Okay.
Yes. The president has appointed a new INEC chairman, and I want to take it this way. Honorable, the presidential appointment process for INEC chairman, speaking to the section of our constitution, section 154, subsection 1 and subsection 3 of the 1999 constitution as amended, I want to ask, inherently, this part of the constitution, does it inherently compromise the neutrality of INEC as regards with the incumbent most likely taking part in the election come 2020?
The answer is no. I think if not in this studio, it should be in the DSTV studio where I let Nigerians to discuss vehemently on electoral reform. And in electoral reform, the Independent National Electoral Commission should completely be independent. What do I mean? The Independent Electoral Commission should not, especially the chairman, should not be the chairman that should be appointed by the president. If it's the president that appoints him, it means he will be loyal to the president and his offices is no more independent. So, the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria, with regards to the sections quoted now, negates the recent clamor for electoral reforms, whereby the Independent Electoral Commission should be removed from the office of the presidency. And they should remain independent, but with the clauses in the Constitution, it still means that they are appointable by the presidency and they are under the instructions of the presidency. And this will go a long way to be affecting our electoral process. Because if you are my servant, whatever instruction I give you, you must carry it out. The issue will no more be independent, but dependent on the man who actually appointed you. So the Independent National Electoral Commission, during this electoral reform that we are talking about, should be made to be completely independent, not appointable by the president, so that Nigerians at the end of every election can come out to say, yes, these people have actually been neutral in the electoral process, and whatever thing they deliver it without depending on who the man that appointed them. So I think that section does not give Nigerians what exactly looking for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable, still on this very issue.
Okay.
Every dispensation will keep talking about electoral reform. And particularly this section comes to mind, and it's always part of the burning issues of reform. Why is it that it's been difficult for us to amend this part of the Constitution and let INEC be truly independent?
It's very simple. It's very simple. You see, Rita Marley, the wife of Bob Marley, after the death of Bob Marley, she played the music and said, "He who feels it knows it." What am I saying? This time around, I'm indicting both the PDP, both the APC, those who have been in power before now. Whoever goes into power, try to allow the electoral system to suit their own government so that they wouldn't, shoot themselves on the leg. By, like, for instance, this electronic voting we're talking about, PDP and APC continue to say, let there be result declared at the collection center. And at the end of the day, if this party say that he is losing, especially the party in power, they will say there is a power failure. They will say there is a electronics failure to enable them rig the election. So some of these things are some of the reasons why those in power does not want this electoral reform to take effect. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God, no matter who wins election, no matter who loses election. So the people in power, as at that particular time that these things are being debated at the National Assembly, they try to downplay it to ensure that it does not affect them during election. Nobody knows who it will affect. It could go in either way. But the thing is that a president that has the bold mind and that can stand at the point of justice is the only president that can say, let there be electoral reform. But President A is afraid that he might lose the election if the application of electoral reform. President B might, during his own time, might be having the same feeling. So it takes the bold mind of the president or the National Assembly to ensure that electoral reforms, there are a lot of things that is contained in electoral reform which we cannot stay here. We just took one, Independent National Electoral Commission.
Yes.
So if it's implemented, no matter whose source is God, Nigeria will stand strong and we will be having confidence in the electoral body. Yeah, go ahead.
The new INEC chairman that will speak about, Professor Josh Amopitan, has been sworn in.
Yes.
What is your expectation of this new chairman?
Well, people say that failure teaches success. I think
Failure teaches success.
Success, yes.
Okay.
When you fail an exam, you will learn from those things that made you to fail in order not to fail again. I think the new INEC chairman should learn from the things that made Mahmoud to fail. That's the former INEC chairman. They should learn from the things that made him to disappoint Nigerians. One is the area of the VVCs. Two is in area of overvotings and compromising some areas where the vote itself becomes bigger than the registered voters. These things, should be the new INEC chairman should put eyes down to see where the former INEC chairman has made mistakes and where Nigerians insisted they must spit on his face anywhere they see him. There are many states where you hear that Party A is winning, and all of a sudden you hear that that election in that state have been withheld. By next morning, you now hear that the winning has gone to Party B. So what am I trying to say? The current INEC chairman, remember INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission, even if there's no electoral reform, he should try to prove a little independent based on the name of his office, to show that they are independent and they are willing to give Nigerians the things that came out from the field and not using them as a process of achieving one thing or the other. So the new Independent National Electoral Commission, like I said, one, he must ensure that if it's electronic voting, it is electronic to the end. If it is checking the number of registered voters, comparing it with the number of people that have voted, it should be followed to the end. And some other areas where, there are areas where people are voting by 7 o'clock, they are still voting, no light. Who knows what they were writing with the torchlights? I witnessed some of these things when I was going around the state, trying to see how some of these elections were going on. So some of these things should be checked. They should ensure that it does not happen. He should ensure that it does not happen during his own tenure.
All right.
Those things that made former INEC chairman fail, he should learn from there. That's what I mean, that failure teaches success.
All right. With regard to credible and transparent elections in Nigeria, the new INEC chairman has said, and I quote, We cannot rig election for politicians. Our priority is to give Nigerians a free and credible elections. Given the historical challenges of political pressure and election, do you think this declaration is achievable or merely rhetoric?
Well, one thing is to make promises, and another thing to fulfill the promises. Okay. He may have it in his mind to do as he has promised Nigerians. But what I'm saying is that sometimes they are being influenced by the power that be. When he has to say yes in some areas, the power that be will say no, he must say no. He has no option. That's what we are saying. But if they are really independent, God will always bless one man for me in Nigeria. I am talking about the late Humphrey Nwosu, Professor Humphrey Nwosu.
That's the option A4?
No, I'm coming.
Okay.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu, when Babangida stopped him from declaring result, he said he would declare it even if he died. He announced that result. They brought him into the studio room, and from what I learned, he was harassed, he was beaten, but at least he has made bold his intentions. He has made Nigerians to know the truth about that election. And that was why you are hearing posthumous titles and declarations. Somebody who have died, who was demanding for the truth about an election, he was denied. It was after he died, somebody now came up to say, the reality is that the man actually won. So it is, that was why many Nigerians begin to clamor that Humphrey Nwosu should be given the same honor that was given to late MKO Abiola as at that time. So we need people like this Professor Humphrey Nwosu, people that can stand the nozzle of the gun and say that this is the way the thing should be. So that means we are yet to arrive when we talk about the Independent National Electoral Commission. We will arrive at independent, but we need the man with a lion heart, the man who can stand the test of time, the man who can walk like Nelson Mandela, you know, and rest of them, and say, on the truth, we stand about election. And not when they draw you to the backyard and give you 100 naira, you come out and say, oh, I made mistake when I was talking, and you say a different thing. No. So we are looking for credible Nigerians that will occupy credible positions like that Aneke. It's not about academics. There are many Nigerians that have PhDs in different disciplines. There are many Nigerians who can come out to shout and say something, but there are few of us who can stand the test of the truth. There are few of us who could say no is no when it is no, and yes is yes when it is yes. This is the kind of people we need in national electoral umpire. Whatever thing they say, we take it. But if we continue to leave it to be dangling or swinging between who is the bad man and who is the president that appointed him or whatever, what happened in the past will continue to happen. So we must make sure that credible people occupy these sensitive positions.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Honorable, let's look into defections.
Okay.
Yes. Now, given the spread of defections in Nigeria, with APC controlling more states, do you think, Honorable, sincerely, that Nigeria is turning into a one-party state?
It is not true. Nigeria is not turning into one-party state. You might say that maybe one party is trying to become popular because of the government at the center. There was a time, it was a turn of PDP. People were running from APC. Everybody jumping into PDP. People were running from Labour, jumping into PDP. At a point, the hand of the clock has turned to the other side. So, the hand of the clock has turned. The people in the PDP are now running into APC. Now, let me give you the background. Before now, APC is being controlled by majority of the northern governors and northern politicians. Now, the President Tinubu from the south is still held onto the APC. And everybody in the south now started running towards the center of the APC as being led by the Tinubu administration. So it is not unusual that you see people running where they have they feel that they are secured. Like Adam Oshimole, in popular word, he said, whatever offense he commits, if you run into APC, your sins are forgiven. So I'm just using that as an example. There are people that are actually feeling that the party where they are, because of central pressure, the pressure at the center, they might not win election. Either as a governor, as a senate, as a member of House of Rep. Now they have to move to APC to see if they can secure their position. It's not that APC is too popular. No. Some of these people are running to take shelter under the APC. Like if you listen to what our dear governor said, he said that he want to bring Enugu State people closer to the center. It is not the center we're talking about. That is his feeling. But those of us who did not move with him, we are seeing it as his personal goal or what he has to that which he feels that they can drive Enugu State to the next level. But those of us who are diehard PDP members, we said, good luck. He's exercising his constitutional role, even when some people say they want to sue the governor because he moved into APC. I say, you people are wasting your time. Constitutionally, he has the right to move from one party to the other. The question is whether he will still be holding whatever position he held as at the APC, at the PDP governorship forum. So everybody has right to go wherever he wants to go. But you may not succeed in tying everybody, those who were your supporters before now, you may not succeed in tying everybody to your new political party. Okay. Party affairs has nothing to do with one-on-one relationship.
Okay.
You could be in APC, I could be in PDP. But every day we keep eating, dining, and hobnobbing because we are friends. So it doesn't stop us from maintaining our private relationship at the center. My younger brother was a member of the Labour Party then. I'm a PDP man. When he comes back every day in the evening, we sit in my parlor and say, boy, Daddy, how on our own work? I say, fine. I ask him, how on I take on our own? We laugh, we drink, I eat in my parlor. That is what politics should be all about. And not, this man is a PDP man, kill him. Or this man is a APC man, shoot him. No. Everybody is entitled to his enfranchisement. Everybody is entitled to choose whichever party he feels that he wants to belongs to. So that people are moving in droves to APC. And if you look at people that are moving, you only see commissioners, local government chairmen, councillors, party executives. These people, they are not making up to 0.5% of entire 100% in Enugu State position. Okay. So I am coming. In Enugu State, when the governor was the campaign, I wanted to ask him, did you see somebody like Jim Wobodo?
No, I didn't.
And the state says the campaign.
I didn't.
Did you?
I didn't.
Look, did you see someone like Chimoro Kenemani say he's the campaign?
No.
Did you? I will continue to count notable members of PDP in Enugu State that actually built up PDP in Enugu State, but they were not there. So it does not stop their personal relationship with the governor or with anybody. But the people that left with the governor are mainly the local government chairmen, the commissioners, some members of National Assembly, some councillors, and some party executives. The other 99.7% of the population of PDP, they are still standing where they are. The concerned PDP state governor in Enugu State, they have representatives in all the 17 local government of Enugu State. Okay. They have coordinators. So, we PDP is still PDP. It's just like what you should say is that the power that
Honorable, I will come to
might have the money for.
Honorable, I will come to that. I will come to that. But you made mention of a few names. I didn't see those, but I saw the previous two governors of Enugu State.
Do you know what you see?
But I want to ask. I want to ask first. Yes. What's the significance of Jim Wobodo not being there, Chimoro Kenaman not being there?
You only mentioned only two people. You just mentioned only two people.
Well, I want to know the significance of these men not being there, like you did mention.
They are not there because they don't want to be there. And they still want to stand. Did you see Okwesiri Zonwodo, the former governor of Enugu State, who later became the former PDP national secretary? Did you see him at that rally? He was not there. I'll tell you that if I continue to count people now, you will sleep in this studio. Now, coming to the two people you mentioned, I can help you mention others. It is not, they have not seen reason to move to APC.
Okay.
Some people said they might move to APC, not because governor is moving to APC, but when they see reason why they should move into APC. But there are people that move to APC because their governor has moved to APC, whether it is wrong or whether it is right. And then also, you try to mention Sullivan Chime and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. Yes. Let me tell you, politics is all about interest sometimes.
Okay.
Sullivan Chime, when he lost senatorial election of Enugu West senatorial zone to Senator Ike Ekweremadu, he was shocked after nomination and he was not happy. He decamped to APC. Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi was one of the G5 governors who were playing role in supporting Nyesom Wike and whatever, or Tom Dem and the other two governors. They were playing their G5, supporting Nyesom Wike. Immediately, some of these people hear that a ministerial slot want to come out from Enugu State as a result of Uche Nnaji, which they trickishly ousted out of office, from what I gathered. Anyway, we'll come to that. Yes. I'm talking about Nwakibia. Yes. He was trickishly removed from office. And instead of standing in trials and court, I think he discussed with the president. They say, just step down for now. Let's watch how it goes. The matter is still in court. So when Ugwuanyi landed, Enugu State representative at the ministerial level has left, they picked interest. And that is why you continue to see his name, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi and Sullivan Chime. Who will they appoint as a minister that will replace Uche Nnaji, since that slot is for Enugu State? And so others. Secondly also, personal relationship have existed between the governor, the current governor, and the former governor. I'm talking about His Excellency Dr. Ndubisi Mba and Bulbulu. It was Bulbulu that paved way for him to clinch the ticket of PDP. So it is not unusual. There are some people that continue to live as cat and dog, the governor and the person that is bringing in. And there are people that continue to maintain that good relationship. Go and look out throughout the whole Nigeria. I think it's only one or two places where you see a former governor keeping a good relationship with his deputy after their tenure. But it has always been fighting, the incumbent fighting the deputy until two of them leaves office. So the two men I just mentioned, they have eyes in the slot of APC, slot of Enugu State in ministerial position, which has to be, recommended by the APC National. Okay. So it's not unusual.
Right. That's a good insight.
Yes.
But moving forward, let's watch a clip before I go to my next question.
Okay.
And there comes always a time when everyone must make a bold choice to determine their destiny. Today, after a long reflection, we have made the decision to leave the People's Democratic Party and join the All Progressive.
You have witnessed in Enugu migrating to a stronger platform that will reinforce our progress and continue with the trajectory that we have carried out here. I want to express my profound gratitude to the President of the Progressive to show that
And there comes always a time when everyone must make a bold choice to determine their destiny. Today, after a long reflection, we have made the decision to leave the People's Democratic Party and join the All Progressive.
You have witnessed in Enugu migrating to a stronger platform that will reinforce our progress and continue with the trajectory that we have carried out here. I want to express my profound gratitude to the President of the Progressive to show that
Honorable, that's your friend. I want to ask.
Yes.
What's your position? I mean, your position. You saw your friend talking about moving from PDP to APC. So I want to know.
No, the governor moving from PDP to APC is not unusual. He's not the first governor, he's not the second governor. But there are a lot of things that our people should x-ray. I keep saying that. I need a question. That question should be, why did the governor left PDP to APC? And that will give me a more clearer, a comprehensive report about what actually happened. And what was that thing that happened? The governor had issues with the national PDP. During the time, not his personal problem anyway. He was trying to save one of our brothers, former PDP youth leader, Sundu Okoye. Because Sundu Okoye came up to act as the PDP acting national secretary. Because Sunday Anyanwu, who was the PDP national secretary, went to Imo State to contest governorship election. And when he could not work, he now came back to assume his position. And Udokoye challenged him, and there were a lot of criticisms. But in the PDP constitution, there was how do I put it? There was a clause that said that any person on that level that wished to contest one election or the other may resign. They didn't say must resign. That was what gave Sam Anyanwu the strength to go to national court, to go to the Supreme Court. And when this was in the court, the governor said it must be Enugu State people that will occupy that position, and it must be Udokoye. Otherwise, that himself and the entire South Enugu State people will review their stand in PDP. Governor quickly forgot that Sam Anyanwu, whom they want to replace, is from Imo State. And even if somebody is to be replaced, he must be from the same Imo State. So, but I'm not against his solidarity for Udokoye. He's a brother, is something a brother can sacrifice for a brother. But that was why the problem started. And you know our governor is one of the youngest governors. He doesn't eat humble pie. If he says anything and it comes to the hearing of the public, he stands with it. I know His Excellency, when I was a local government chairman, he was a commissioner for finance in Enugu State. We sit together, we talk together in the house of Chimaru Kendamani. He's not the person that says one thing to that, does another. And that was why it was very difficult for the Enugu State people under the leadership of His Excellency to retract their statement that if Udokoye is not allowed to occupy that position, that they will reconsider their position. So that was one. Number two, now Sam Anyanwu went to court with the help of Nyesom Wike and rest of others. They won. And having won as a national secretary, it became a danger signal to the governor that this man now who won as a national secretary, if he remains in PDP, might be the person that will sign or will not sign his nomination form when he starts seeking for second tenure, and some other people from Enugu State. I didn't blame his fears, but I was on the air, both in the television and the paper, in the FM. I pleaded with the governor, say, throw it like a dice for me and some others. Those of us who are concerned members of PDP in Enugu State. Let's go to the national headquarters. Let us summon the national chairman. Let us meet here so we can ask him, why are you humiliating the governor of Enugu State that is feeling being threatened? Well, maybe because the voice of nobody. I am not a commissioner. I am not this. We're in this state here. We are. If I tell you that we are 3 multiplied by the number of wards they have in Enugu State. 4 men in short, multiplied by total wards, about 260 something wards in this state. We have 4 men in all the wards.
You mean
the concern? Yes. Okay. So we wanted to mobilize our executives. We go to Abuja. We go to the National Assembly. We go to PDP headquarters. Whoever is concerned. But Governor felt we may not be capable of achieving that. And we are insignificant. He doesn't need to talk with us. And everybody has to fall hands. And now until the governor left. And we said, okay, since the governor has left the party, we have no otherwise, we can't do otherwise than to hold on to the party, ensure that the tenets and the integrity of the party still stands. So we maintain it. Even if it's the last human being that stands on the line, myself, I will continue to stand up. It does not stop my personal relationship with anybody.
All right, Honorable. Will I be now right to say that this defection is a calculated political move on or for self-preservation ahead of 2027, rather than realignment of Enugu State to the Center for Economic Development?
I told you that any man that want to beat his wife, if he doesn't say what to say, he said that the wife looked at him with the one side of her eyes and he will slap his wife. The governor is trying to take shelter. The governor wants to be proactive against what happened in 2027. That is, we'll be here talking about PDP thing and time will run away from me. So, with other things he said about taking Enugu State to center, it's very good if we're allowed to remain at the center, if we're recognized as being at the center. So, right. But the truth is that every hunter that is in the bush does not continue to look front. A good hunter rotates in every forest as he's moving, he rotates, looking for animal to kill and then dodging animal that might kill him or harm him. So I think the governor is trying to play safe.
Okay. Right. Now that you mentioned it in your next, when you were answering that question, I want to toe that line. But let's watch the next clip as I join the two issues together. Deputy Coordinator of Concerned PDP Stakeholders in Enugu State.
Yes.
What is this about?
Yes, the concerned citizens of PDP in Enugu State are the original PDP members, the die-hard PDP members, the PDP member who said that if anybody leaves PDP to go to any party, will still remain in PDP, including the governor that was rumored that he'll be going into APC or into any, it's just a rumor. I keep telling people that as long as the governor remains the governor of Enugu State, he is the leader of PDP. But if he's leaving PDP today to another party, there are, the aborigines, there are the fundamental members of PDP who said on PDP we stand. I know there was a time when there was almost nothing like PDP. It was only people like Nyesom Wike, them, count them, there are some of them who insisted on PDP will remain. And that is why you're still hearing about PDP today. Right. So we are the people who said on PDP, even if it is the last, we are to be 2 or 3 standing on the line. If they leave PDP to any party they like, oh, good and fine. We are the people that will hold the tenets of PDP in Enugu State.
All right, that speaks to the fact that there's a concern. So, Honorable.
Still saying the same thing.
Yes. Now, I want to ask, now that the governor has defected, what is the position of the Enugu PDP concerned stakeholders in all this? 1. 2, are you still willing to be the last man standing?
Well, like the clip he showed, I keep maintaining it and I keep saying, PDP is like a blood inside human beings. It will take the school children years before they can mention or recite the slogan of APC. Children in primary school, power to the people. Children in nursery school, power to the people. How do we convince them about APC slogan? What am I trying to say? Since 1999 to this date, PDP has eaten deep into the marrow of people of Enugu State and the majority in the southeast. Now let me help us small. The PDP you are seeing today is not as a result of those who have been leaders. I mentioned about 4 strong men or 3 who have not moved an inch from PDP. Are you getting me? They have not moved an inch. I talk about Okwesiri Ezenwodo. I talked about Jim Nwobodo. I talked about mention them. You should ask some of these veterans, why haven't they left PDP? Somebody asked me the other day, since the governor that was helping to finance PDP is no more there, I now ask him, before PDP came in, who was financing the party? There was a time we have NRS SDP. They left. These other parties came. So it will just be the same way. People will be able to host close to 4 people multiplied by 200, close to 1,000 something people we hosted. Only very few of us put heads together and said, people that are coming, at least they must go with small transport. They must drink water when they come and so on and so forth. We made these provisions within ourselves because if you say you must be a winner, you must sacrifice for being a winner. Well, our own is that we want to ensure that in the 17 local government of Enugu State, every local government must have full 17 executives of the PDP. Multiply by that number, multiply by 17. You go to the local government, multiply by 17. You go to the world, multiply by 265 or 66. So the PDP will continue to exist, not only existing, will continue to live, not only living, will continue to show surprises to people, especially those who feel that PDP, maybe because the greater financial of the PDP, they have left the party. When the people will come to vote, when it's time for people to come to the field, that's when you know that PDP is in the blood of Enugu State people and in their conscience. Not about the money you give them, not about the conviction. It is through the ballot. Everything being free and fair. Through the ballot, PDP will shake Enugu State. Not only Enugu State will shake Southeast. So we are watching, and very soon we see the dynamic change.
Okay. For want of time, I wanted to rush up a bit, but I must ask. There are people who have posited that even among the concerned PDP stakeholders in Enugu, that those of them who are against the governor or speaking against governor leaving the PDP are mostly populated by people who sought for one favor or the other from the governor, but could no longer access the governor.
Okay. I want to sit down here now. My picture is on the telly. Use it as an advert. If I've ever been to the governor to ask him for any favor. My name is Dr. Aneke Obiorozonso, the former chairman of Udi local government, former special advisor to the former deputy president of the Senate, former national secretary, Federal Ministerial Monitoring Team Office of the Minister for Works. If I have ever any day gone to the governor and say, I need a favor, if you know that I suffered during your election, I didn't sleep from morning to morning, if you want to recognize me, fine. So there are people who might have gone to the governor for one help or the other. Not me. I'm on the air. If there is such, let the person come with document or video or whatever. but I merit being recognized by the governor. But being recognized by the governor or given appointment does not mean that if the governor is going to APC, then he will drag me like a goat. I might say, Oga, if your appointment is this cap, take the cap and let me remain where I am. I am a core PDP man. I am the deputy chairman, Enugu State concerned PDP stakeholders. We are the people that say that PDP should leave. We are not against the governor. Let him do his own. Let him secure his position. And let us do our own.
All right. For want of time, I know there are a lot of things to unpack, but since we are talking about PDP,
yes,
there are still a lot of issues
Okay.
to unravel about PDP. But for want of time, I want to talk about Enugu State.
Okay.
Have you heard the name Barrister Oruro?
Yeah, Stephen Oruro. Yes, he's our friend.
Recently, he's been said to be the party leader in Enugu State.
I'm listening. Go on.
So, no, I want to know your position. Is he now the de facto chairman of PDP in Enugu State?
I've received a lot of phone calls concerning this our friend Stephen Oruro. You know, for your information and for the information of Enugu State people and Nigerians, nobody appointed Stephen Oruro as the acting chairman of PDP in Enugu State. Let me help you. The governor has left PDP with ESCOs and every other person in his party. They have gone to APC. And what National is supposed to do in that situation is to dissolve the PDP of Enugu State, appoint caretaker committee that will be running the affairs of the party until pure this election is being done to bring in those that will govern the party. Not only that, there is an issue that is on board. And immediately after that issue, these things I'm selling will continue to play out. By Friday, court will be delivering judgment on issue concerning the national convention of the PDP. So when this verdict is delivered, it will go a long way to reshape every state and the national of PDP. And by that time, PDP cannot have eyes to look at the states where there is no functional PDP executive. So Oruro is not nobody. Just like you are, you can come out and say that you are the acting general manager of NTA in Enugu. Nobody will beat you until they begin to ask you. I am coming. So there are moves in PDP. They have joined APC, but they want to keep one leg in PDP. It's not possible until not work. Follow your master and follow whom you serve. So that name you mentioned is our brother. He cannot be an Nkanu man as an acting chairman. Ben Nwonye, an Nkanu man as an acting chairman of APC. The governor, an Nkanu man, executive governor of Enugu State, and so on and so forth. To just keep that line low.
No. Honorable, for the sake of equity,
yes.
One, there cannot be a vacuum.
Yes.
Nature abhors vacuum.
Okay.
In the absence of the leader, and at the national level has not yet appointed any caretaker committee for PDP in Enugu. Okay. Is it not right that as the deputy leader or deputy chairman of PDP in Enugu State, that he should assume that position? That's one.
Okay.
Two, your goals with him, is it because he's an Nkanu man, where the governor comes from, and the acting chairman of the APC is equally from that?
That is, I only use that to let you know that these things cannot hold waters.
Okay.
I said and I repeat, you said nature abhors vacuum, but I've gone to a litmus test to prove that nature sometimes abhors vacuum. Ask me how. If they pick all of us, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and put us outside this room and lock the door, what happens in this room? It's not a vacuum?
Okay.
No. Let's look at the practical side of the grammar. Nature abhors vacuum here. But if they pick 5 of us and we leave this room, they lock it, what is happening here? It's not a vacuum? So where I'm going is that the people who have left PDP should not be putting one leg behind that we are in PDP. And nobody can plant anybody for the Enugu State PDP people, you can nobody can plant anybody to come and govern PDP when we are alive. Are you hearing me? So those who have left should go. If some of these people, if they are still interested in the PDP thing, which they should come back fully, and then all of us will move together. But one hand cannot be outside the window and the other one will be inside the room. That's what we are saying. That some of these our brothers are playing dual role. They're into dual functions. So some want to please their masters. But it is not possible in this dispensation. As soon as very soon you hear that the executives of Enugu State PDP has been dissolved. And when it's dissolved, the ESCO will be formed. Whoever finds himself there can continue to function. But not about the name you mentioned, who was a deputy to the other man. If all of them were to be in PDP, maybe as a result of that, something happened to the first man. The second man can continue to act until the national ratifies it. So whatever thing that will happen in Enugu State will be ratified by the national executives of PDP at Abuja, by the BOT members, and by the National Working Committee. These are the three bodies that will say this is the position of PDP in Enugu State. Not somebody staying in the state saying that I'm the acting chairman. It's just like now, tomorrow, maybe before the governor was sworn in, I jump up and start saying I'm the acting governor. No. You don't assume a function, a duty that has not been officially or constitutionally assigned to you.
All right. Honorable, let me speed up a bit.
Okay.
I wanted to play a clip, but for want of time, I just want to go straight into the question.
All right.
Your friend, talking about the FCT minister, yes, Aneke.
Our friend.
Okay.
Our brother, yes.
All right. His team seems to be of the view or the position that the National Convention slated for November 15th and 16th would not hold.
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
I'm asking, we were thinking that at this time would be talking about resolving the whole issues in the PDP, but from his position, it seems that if that convention should hold, that the crisis in PDP would deepen rather than getting to a pathway to solving the crisis.
If I'm to mark your question paper on this question you asked, well, I give you 50. You didn't get the question well. Yes, Wike did not say that the convention will not hold. There are issues lying down in PDP, which A, B, C, D to Z are seen. Which Wike said, for PDP to excel, that these salient issues that are affecting the party should be addressed. Are you getting it now? That if not addressed, that it will affect the PDP convention. Are you getting it now? One is the issue of there are many of them because we are saying about time.
Okay, talking about World Congress. You mentioned World Congress.
I'm coming. Sam Anyanwu is the secretary, national secretary of PDP. A lot of things they were doing. The man came up to say he's not being informed because they feel that he's a friend to Yesen Wike. That even the letter they need, some document they need to sign for the convention, that his signature was forged. That is number one. The PDP South Congress that was done, they said they want to review it. Wike said no, it has been done. It should be like that. Nobody should go there to involve a lot of problems. You go to Imo State and Abia State, the PDP chairman of these two states, they were suspended for doing nothing. Are you getting me? They say that they are seeing their hand like their hand inside the soup like a monkey hand if he's an Igbo man. There are many of them. Wike said, let us ratify these things. We cannot be brushing shoulders when we're going where we eat eggs and honey. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. If I'm marching to a table to eat egg and honey with you, and you're bruising me with your shoulder and bruising you, how does the thing look? And how will they enjoy it? So Wike said that this matter should be settled so that if we're going into convention, we go to convention with open heart and oneness. And he criticized also the national chairman for not involving him in some of as one of the stakeholders. He didn't say, he said, yes, I know I'm not a governor, but one or two decisions that needed to be taken, judging from his involvement from day one. He carried the cross of PDP. Forget about recently that a lot of things were falling apart. Wike has his problems, yes, but he has made a very big giant footprint in the history of PDP in the whole Nigeria. He may have his personal attitude that people don't like, but what of the ones where he rescued a lot of governors, a lot of National Working Committee members, a lot of NEC members to ensure that PDP stands. Okay. So I think that is how we should leave it.
Honorable Nick, let me leave it at that, but there are a lot of things to still explore. I will still invite you on this same issue. We need to, explore and explore this issue totally. However, I want to, for conclusion, in a few minutes, I want to ask, given insecurity in Nigeria, where's the opposition on state policing?
State policing in Nigeria is not negotiable. When Senator the former Deputy President of the Senate, Ike Kuremadu, started talking about police state program, people saw him as somebody who wanted to install police in the southeast. It's not quite long. Many people begin to understand that it is the police on the ground. It is the locality, the local boys and local men who knows where criminals are. So it's important that we have state policing all through Nigeria. Boko Haram villagers know where their people are coming. When you empower this village, they will pursue Haram. You go to Enugu State, you said that there are people that are giving problems. They call them unknown. If they give us police, state policing, these people will be known because they take off from our various villages and our various communities. So it's not the good
chairman, UDI, local government area.
And the political analyst.
A political analyst, yes. Okay. And the deputy coordinator of Enugu PDP concerned stakeholders, Honorable Nick Ozonsi. It's always a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you.
Let me extend the invitation once more, so I could explore this issue. Can't exhaust it, but we need time.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world. Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,000.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Chidimi Kemede, glad to have you join us. Coming up on the news across the country, the Independent National Electoral Commission says it is 99% ready for the Anambra governorship election. Ogun State launches a special health task force as the U.S. funding freeze begins to take its toll. At the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, shocking child trafficking allegations emerge after a mother dies during surgery. FCT minister approves free health insurance for all fully vaccinated children. Peter Obi urges Nigerian youths to redirect their energy towards productivity and nation building. Ethnic bias allegations surfaces as Igbo traders petition the United Nations and ECOWAS over demolition in Lagos. 15 persons injured after a two-story building collapses in Lagos. Enugu plays host to an ECOWAS regional trade workshop. And in business news, the Dangote refinery set to hire 65,000 workers as production output doubles. Now the details. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it is 99% ready for the November 8th Anambra governorship election. According to INEC National Commissioner Dr. Kenneth Ikago, voting will take place in 5,718 of the state's 5,720 polling units, with 2 units excluded due to the absence of registered voters. Dr. Ikago made this known during a readiness assessment visit in Oka, reaffirming the Commission's commitment to conducting a free, fair, and credible election. He explained that areas previously affected by insecurity, including parts of Ihiala local government area, have been stabilized through collaboration with security agencies, ensuring that residents can safely exercise their rights to vote. He also revealed that over 24,000 ad hoc staff have been fully trained and mobilized for deployment across the state, while both sensitive and non-sensitive materials have already been distributed to local government offices ahead of the poll. Dr. Ikago added that the recent mock accreditation exercise confirmed the reliability of the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS), describing its performance as flawless. He expressed confidence that the technology will enhance transparency and reduce incidents of electoral malpractice, commending Anambra residents for their calm and cooperation ahead of the polls. In the meantime, the National Assembly Constitution Review Committee has proposed the creation of 6 new states across Nigeria's geopolitical zones. The proposal emerged from a 2-day retreat in Lagos, co-chaired by Deputy Senate President Bara Jibrin and House Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu. Lawmakers reviewed 69 bills, including 55 requests for new states, and unanimously agreed to recommend 1 new state per zone, which could bring the total to 42 if approved. A subcommittee led by Senate Chief Whip Muhammad Tahiru Monguno will determine where the new states will be carved from. Any such creation, however, will require constitutional amendment and approval by 2/3 of both the National Assembly and the State Houses of Assembly. Agitations have already intensified, with groups in Delta North pushing for Anioma states, while leaders in Ibadan renew calls for an Ibadan state in the southwest. Moving on to health matters, the Ogun State government has inaugurated a health system stability task force in collaboration with the Clinton Health Access Initiative to cushion the effects of the recent freeze on U.S. global health funding. Commissioner for Health, Dr. Tommy Coker, who chairs the task force, said the initiative aims to safeguard services for HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, and maternal and child health. According to her, the task force will strengthen coordination, improve health financing, and ensure state ownership of critical services while providing strategic advice to the governor and aligning Ogun's health priorities with national goals. Officials from the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency and civil society groups have commended the moves as timely and vital for maintaining gains in healthcare delivery across the state. Turning now to Enugu, where disturbing reports have surfaced. The University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, UNTH, Ituku Ozala, is facing child trafficking allegations following claims that staff handed over 3 children of a deceased woman to unidentified persons. The controversy began after a citizen, Mrs. Chinyere Jennifer James, raised alarm on social media alleging that one child was given to a pastor while other 2 remain missing. She further alleged that a doctor demanded 20,000 naira to return the children, sparking widespread outrage and suspicion of child trafficking. At the moment, the hospital has not issued an official response, and the whereabouts of the children remain unknown. Aneke TV, however, cannot independently verify these claims as investigations are still ongoing. Still on health, the Federal Capital Territory Administration has intensified its immunization campaign with the approval of free health insurance for all fully vaccinated children in public schools. Approved by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, the initiative aims to ensure that every child is protected from preventable diseases. Mandate Secretary of the Health Services Secretariat, Dr. Adedelapo Fasawe, said vaccination teams have been deployed across churches, mosques, and schools in a citywide mop-up exercise. She warned that any parent or school obstructing the exercise will face sanctions under the Child Rights Act, stressing that immunization is free, safe, and compulsory. And in political development, former presidential candidate Peter Obi is calling on Nigerian youths to redirect their energy from cybercrime and get-rich-quick ventures towards productive innovation. Speaking at a youth conference in Onitsha themed Money Beyond Wealth, Obi described Nigerian youths as brilliant but misdirected, urging them to channel their creativity into nation building. He emphasized that true wealth lies in integrity and purpose, not in corruption or shortcuts, warning that a nation rewarding dishonesty cannot build integrity. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Coming up shortly, Igbo traders take their demolition grievances to international courts. 15 injured in a Lagos building collapse, and the Dangote refinery set to double its output and employ over 65,000 workers.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Welcome back. The Association of Igbo Towns Union, ASITU, has taken its petition over the demolition of Igbo-owned properties in Lagos to international bodies, including the United Nations and the ECOWAS Court of Justice. Asitu President Chief Emeka Diwe alleged that the demolition amounts to ethnic discrimination and economic marginalization. He said the move followed the failure of Nigerian authorities to act on earlier petitions, warning that such acts send a dangerous signal to investors. Chief Diwe appealed to victims to remain calm, urging them to reinvest in the Southeast while reaffirming that Asitu's demand is for justice and fairness, not succession. The Lagos state government is yet to respond officially to the latest petition. Tragedy struck early Monday when a two-story building collapsed at 54 Cole Street, Oyimbo, trapping several residents. The Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service confirmed that 15 people, including 4 children, were rescued and rushed to nearby hospitals. Director of the service, Margaret Adeseye, revealed that the structure had been marked distressed before the collapse. Rescue operations are still ongoing, while investigations continue into the cause. The Imo State government has rescued a widow, Mrs. Chikandubisi, who was forced by her late husband's relatives to drink water used in bathing his corpse, a shocking widowhood ritual in Omama, Oro South. Commissioner for Women Affairs, Lady Nkechi Nyerugu, condemned the act as cruel and primitive, assuring that those responsible will face justice. The widow and her children are now under government protection, while several suspects have been arrested. Meanwhile, the First Lady of Imo State, Chioma Uzodimma, has ordered a full-scale investigation into the incident. In Enugu State, Enugu East set to host a major workshop on the ECOWAS trade liberalism scheme aimed at boosting regional integration and cross-border trade. According to Dr. Magnus Eze, Special Assistant to the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Nigeria currently leads the region with over 3,000 registered companies and 6,000 certified products under the scheme. The event, organized in partnership with the Enugu State government, will bring together manufacturers, SMEs, and trade associations to enhance competitiveness and deepen understanding of ECOWAS trade protocols. Business news. Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, has announced plans to expand the Dangote refinery capacity from 650,000 to 1.4 million barrels per day, making it the largest refinery in the world. The expansion is expected to create 65,000 new jobs and end Nigeria's long dependence on imported fuel. Analysts say this move will strengthen investor confidence and reposition Nigeria as a major energy hub in Africa. Still in business, leading private sector organizations including NECA, MAN, NASIMA, NASMI, and NASI have rejected the Senate's proposed amendment of the NSIF Act, warning it could politicize workers' welfare funds. They urged lawmakers to drop the bill and pursue genuine labor reforms that safeguard workers' rights. Sports. Rivers United have made history by qualifying for the CAF Champions League group stage for the first time after defeating Mozambique's Black Bulls 3-1 in Uyom. Goals from Wasiu, Falolu, McLean Biokbo, and Timothy Zachariah sealed the victory, overturning a first-leg deficit. Coach Finidi George praised his players' resilience and promised to strengthen the squad ahead of the next stage. Still in sports, the Lagos Boxing Hall of Fame returned with thrilling bouts, showcasing Nigeria's emerging boxing talents. 10 matches were held, with Fawaz Shafareddin recording the only technical knockout of the night. Female stars Sophia Yakubu and male champions Balarenwa Michael and Samuel Talibi also dazzled fans with impressive performances. In entertainment, Nollywood actress Regina Daniels has set social media buzzing after unveiling her new mansion days after reports of tension with her husband, Senator Ned Nwoko. The actress shared photos of the property captioned, "In my house, I am a queen," drawing mixed reactions online. While some hail her independence, others urge restraint pending full clarification. Senator Nwoko has denied allegations of domestic abuse, claiming the actress is undergoing rehabilitation. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. Aneke says it is 99% ready for the upcoming Anambra governorship election, assuring voters of a credible and transparent process. In Ogun State, the government has launched a health task force to cushion the effects of the U.S. funding freezes on health programs across the state. As the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital in Enugu, investigations are ongoing following allegations of child trafficking after a woman reportedly died during surgery. Meanwhile, in Imo State, authorities have rescued a widow subjected to inhuman widowhood practices, promising to prosecute those responsible. And finally, the Dangote refinery is set to double its production output, with plans to employ over 65,000 workers as it ramps up operation to full capacity. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking stories and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the news producer, Chidimma Sogwa, and the entire news team, I am Chidimma Ikemede. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimma Ikemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
amụ kwado ụdị mmiri n'osisi ekwekwe yibo do
obebe ahịa akwa bụ
na ma na amụ kwado ụdị mmiri ma shọwọ ndị dị ekwekwe yibo do n'eke n'oge amụ nụ na amụ
iya
yibo do n'eke
iya
n'oge amụ nụ n'ogoro na omudu keke yibo do n'eke ọyị na-eke eje ebe odo n'eke bụ nke ọ na-achị odo bụrụ mkpama shabiri odo n'eke chi
wele na maalụ oloko wele yo babari wogu jibego jekakala wele gida jogu bide ya dolu gula bule jenu kedongo dulo tokoro iya
mwaza mwete wogu watushi mwana gide ni mwaza mwana mukota jeni damacho
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters, and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency,
A very beautiful afternoon to you, and it is a brand new week. The weekend is come and gone, and you know one thing that will always stand out about the weekends. It's always a sporting weekend. And across different sports, there were actions at the different centers and different leagues in the world. And this is where we capture everything that has happened in the world of sports. This is Extra Time on Aneke TV. My name is Kelechi Nnaji. Welcome to another edition of the Extra Time. Today we are going to take a very close look at everything that's happened across the different sports in the different nations and different parts of the world. Let's start from the home scene, where we tell you that the NSC has inaugurated the boards of sports federations in Abuja, and the National Volleyball League has also kicked off in Abia State, and Abia State has now made herself a home of sports. The Kingsmen, that's the Rivers Hoopers, begin their 2025 NBPL playoff against the Hoops and the Raid. While still staying in basketball, we will tell you that Luka Doncic will be out for at least 1 week with a finger sprain and a lower leg contusion. Now to Formula One, we'll tell you that Lando Norris has won the Mexico Grand Prix to take Formula One championship lead, while Yannick Sinner, battled cramps to claim Vienna Open title. And straight to boxing, we will also tell you that Wardley has shocked Parker with the latest stoppage winner and calls out Alexander Usyk, as he says Usyk is next. We will also have a review of the Nigerian Premier Football League and also the English Premier League as we round up the program today. So let's go quickly to the Federation's inauguration. Yes, at the National Sports Commission, that's the NSC, on Saturday inaugurated the newly elected board of over 28 national sports federations, marking the official start to a new 4-year administrative cycle for Nigerian sports. The inauguration ceremony held at the multipurpose hall Package B of the Moshood Abiola National Stadium in Abuja brought to a close the election process that had been conducted across various sports federations in the last few months. And amongst the federations inaugurated were wrestling, traditional sports, boxing, tennis, handball, and shooting, even golf, judo, cricket, hockey, amongst so many other sports, and signaling the beginning of what stakeholders described as a fresh chapter, the development of sports in the country. Speaking on behalf of the Federation's president, the president of the Nigerian Wrestling Federation, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, pledged renewed commitment and collaboration towards achieving success at international competitions. The chairman of the National Sports Commission, Malam Shehu Diko, expressed confidence in the caliber of individuals elected to lead the various federations, noting that the board has the experience and the leadership qualities required to elevate Nigerian sports to new heights. There's a lot of federations are getting new executives, and we will be hoping to see Nigerian sports, elevated to new heights, just like they have promised. And then we'll now move from the NSC straight to volleyball, as the National Division 1 and Division 2 volleyball leagues organized by the Volleyball Federation of Nigeria and sponsored by the Alex Oti Federation has kicked off in Umuahia, Abia State. The championship features 34 teams from across the country, with about 22 states already participating in activities lined up for the 10-day event. Addressing journalists at Umuahia Stadium, the referee coach for the tournament and vice chairman Nigerian Volleyball Referees Association, Mohammed, assured of fair officiating in the competition and advised that athletes be more disciplined in the field of play, saying the volleyball is known to be a disciplined sport. He also commended Governor Alex Oti for sponsoring the tournament for the second time in a row. And then we'll now go straight to basketball, as we are hovering different centers and different sports to check out what's happening across all the sports. Now let's tell you that the reigning champions of Rivers Hoopers Basketball Club will begin their 2025 Nigeria Basketball Premier League, that's the NBPL playoffs, final 8 campaign against the Hoops and Reed. And following a technical meeting between participating teams and league organizers, which held on Sunday, the 26th of October 2025, it was revealed that the defending champions will continue their chase for a third straight league title by rekindling hostilities with last year's beating finals. And Hoops and Reed have emerged as contenders for the NBPL title in recent years, but have fallen short against the Kingsmen in competitive basketball, losing their last 3 meetings, with the most recent being a 67-58 loss at the start of this year's inter-group phase. The latest installment in what is now a growing rivalry is expected to tip off by 4 p.m. today. The Kingsmen who are yet unbeaten through the 2025 NBPL season so far, will then navigate games against Kano Pillars, Nigeria Customs, Boko City Chiefs, Lagos Legends, and Nile University Spartans before wrapping up proceedings against Kwara Falcons, respectively. All games will be played at the Basketball Stadium, 59 Niger Street, Port Harcourt Township Stadium. And that's it in the Nigerian Basketball Premier League. Now, still sticking to basketball, let's go straight to the NBA, as there's been some news from the NBA concerning the LA Lakers star boy Luka Doncic. Yes, the Los Angeles Lakers announced yesterday that Luka Doncic was ruled out against the Sacramento Kings with a left finger sprain and lower leg contusion. The 26-year-old will be re-evaluated in a week's time. Report says that the Lakers don't expect his injury to linger. Doncic had been off to a spectacular start to the season, scoring 43 points in the Lakers' loss to Golden State Warriors on the opening night and racking up 49 points in a victory over the Minnesota Timberwolves last Friday night. Doncic, scorched the Timberwolves despite spraining a finger on his non-shooting hand in the opening minutes. Doncic's probable one-week absence comes at an inopportune time for the Los Angeles Lakers, which has 6 games in the next 9 days. The Lakers have leaned heavily on Austin Reeves, who has scored 51 points in the last 2 games. In the absence of Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves has stepped up to the plate. Remember also that LeBron James is also ruled out with a minor injury. He will be out for a while, but he will be back soon. Now, Luka Doncic is out, but it will only be for 1 week. Now, let's move on straight from the NBA and now go to the Formula One to tell you that Lando Norris moved ahead of McLaren teammate Oscar Piastri to lead a Formula One championship for the first time since April with a dominant win at an entertaining Mexico City Grand Prix. Now, Norris, who brilliantly led from the start to finish to take a 1-point title lead over Oscar Piastri, who had been on top of the standings for 15 races since winning the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix early this season. Now, Ferrari's Charles Leclerc held off a title outsider Max Verstappen in the closing laps for second position. Verstappen's late charge was thwarted by a virtual safety car period, just as he appeared to be in the range for Ferrari's driver. He has moved to within 36 points of the title lead, and Piastri could only manage 5th, struggling to get past his driver Oliver Baumann late on. Baumann held on for 4th position, the best result of his rookie year, and equaling the best result in his 9-year tenure on the grid. Holding the position also ensured Norris will leave Mexico with the championship lead with 4 rounds and 1 sprint race to run. Now, with 4 rounds and 1 sprint race to run, the question is, will Max Verstappen turn around the standings and win the championship? Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri will definitely be hoping they do not allow him. Now, let's take a look at the table as it stands. Lando Norris has 357 points as he is on the #1 spot. Oscar Piastri is second with 356 points. That's just 1 point behind Norris. Max Verstappen right now is 3rd on the log with 321 points, which means he is only 36 points behind. Remember, Verstappen won the championship last year and even the year before. Now, Alexander Russell is 4th with 258 points. Charles Leclerc is 5th with 210 points. Lewis Hamilton is 6th with 146 points. Hamilton has had a disappointing season, as a lot of people had thought that his move to Ferrari would have brought in some good fortune. Antonelli, who is marking his first year with the Mercedes, has 97 points, and Albon has 73 points. Albon is on the #8 position. And #9 is Hülkenberg, and then completing the top 10 is Hadjar, who completes has 39 points, and he rides for the Red Bull. Now, let's move straight from the Formula One as we go to tennis to check out what's happened in tennis. Now, Yannick Sinner, it is a strong finish to the season for the Italian, who had lost his #1 spot to Carlos Alcaraz. Yannick Sinner fought back from a straight down to his 4th title of the season with victory over Alexander Zverev in Vienna Open final. The top seed, who is currently on 21-match winning streak and on the indoor hard court, battled through early hamstring cramps to settle a 36-6 6-3, 6-3, 7-5 match under 2 hours. And Sina, second of the month, having won the China Open at the start of October, while he also added his Grand Slam haul with victories at the Australian Open and Wimbledon earlier this year. Yesterday's final was the pair's first meeting since Sina beat Zverev in straight sets in the Melbourne finals back in January. Elsewhere, João Fonseca has become the third youngest ATP 500 champion since the series began in 1990 with a straight set victory over Alejandro Davidovich Fokina at the Swiss indoors. The 19-year-old continued his rapid rise up at rankings by scooping up the biggest title of his career with a 6-3, 6-4 win. He also became the first Brazilian to win the above ATP 250 level since Gustavo Coutinho claimed the ATP Masters 1000 title in Cincinnati in August 2001. Brazilians are rising in tennis this time. Now let's go straight to boxing to tell you that Fabio Wardley stunned Joseph Parker with a round 11 knockout on Saturday in a brutal, exhilarating heavyweight clash at London's O2 Arena. Wardley, who has recorded 20 wins and 1 loss, and then 19 of those wins came through knockouts, had Parker, who had claimed 36 wins and 4 losses. 24 of his wins are knockouts on the ropes midway through the round, with the New Zealander visibly dazed and unable to defend himself. Now, leading referee Howard Foster to stop the contest, Wardley collapsed on the canvas with a exhaustion, having won the WBO interim title and putting himself in pole position to fight undisputed champion Alexander Usyk next. The Ipswich-born fighter has called out undisputed heavyweight champion Alexander Usyk following his win and warned the Ukrainian he will have to work hard against him. Promoter Frank Warren confirmed that the governing body will order Usyk to fight Wardley, who said he will fight the Ukrainian anywhere, anytime for the undisputed championships. However, Warren said the fight will either land in London, potentially at the Wembley Stadium, or the Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, adding that it could be staged sometime in March next year. Okay, and that's it for Fabio Wardley, who has the world at his feet right now as he thinks he's ready for the world undisputed heavyweight champion Alexander Usyk. He will definitely be getting ready for Usyk, and it's already been said that the fight will most likely happen next year. Now let's move to football as we start from the home scene. And it was a thrilling weekend in the Nigeria Premier Football League as Match Day 10 produced exciting results across various centers. In Umuahia, Abia Warriors cruised to a comfortable 2-0 victory over Barao FC. Emeka Obioma opened the scoring in the 16th minute before Sunday Migwa doubled the lead in the 62nd minute to secure all 3 points for the hosts. At the New Just Stadium, Plateau United continued their fine home form with a hard-fought 2-1 victory over Enyimba International. And it was a disappointing result for Rangers International at home as they played out a goalless draw. In Warri Wolves delivered a dominant display to defeat Bayelsa United 2-0. Elsewhere, the encounter at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, we already mentioned, saw Rangers International drop valuable points as they were held to a goalless draw by Kwara United despite creating several chances. The Flying Antelopes failed to find the back of the net against a resolute Harmony Boys defense. Finally, in Bauchi, Wiki Tourists secured a convincing 2-0 win over Shooting Stars, while in both strikes are coming at halftime. And then it was also a 1-1 draw between Kun Khalifat and Bendel Insurance. Now let's go straight to the CAF Champions League to tell you that Rivers United have now confirmed their place in the CAF Champions League group stages, and it would be the first time a Nigerian team would play in the CAF Champions League since 2018. That is a 7 years absence. It has now been broken by Finidi George and his boys. As Rivers United, the Black Bulls of Mozambique 3-1, the game ended in Uyo. And also, after that one on Sunday, Remo Stars played the second leg of their encounter against the Mamelodi Sundowns in South Africa. It ended 2-0 in favor of the Mamelodi Sundowns, which meant it was a 7-1 aggregate score for Mamelodi Sundowns, as Remo Stars has now been eliminated from the CAF Champions League one more time. And straight from the CAF Champions League, we now go straight to the Premier League, as it was an excruciating weekend. A weekend that saw Manchester City, Liverpool, and Chelsea lose a Premier League, Premier League match all in the same weekend for the first time since the 2014/2015 season. Chelsea lost to Sunderland. It was a late goal scored in the 93rd minute of the game that won the game for Sunderland, who are now sitting third on the Premier League log. What a surprising position the Black Cats have found themselves in the Premier League. But then it is definitely all down to hard work and spending. Sunderland definitely had spent a lot of money this season. It has even drawn criticisms from some set of people. But if you look at it critically, you see that they knew exactly what they were doing, as it has landed them at the top 4 of the Premier League. Some might even argue it is too early, but then the points you have won so far would not be taken away as the season goes on. To continue in the Premier League, Manchester United defeated Brighton and Hove Albion 4-2. It ended. Manchester United ran out 3-0, leading 3-0, but eventually Brighton staged a sort of fight back as they pulled back 2 goals, and Manchester United made it 4 just at the last minute of the game. Brian Mbeumo got a brace in that one. Matheus Cunha got his first goal for Manchester United in that game. Casemiro also got a game in what was the first time 2 Brazilians would score for Manchester United in a Premier League game. Also, Newcastle United defeated Fulham in a game that Alex Iwobi made his 300th Premier League appearance, becoming the first Nigerian player to make 300 Premier League appearances. Alex Iwobi, went past every other Nigerian who had ever played in the Premier League. He also became the 5th African player to make over 300 appearances in the Premier League. And with the way he is going, there's a big chance he might defeat, he might beat every other person who had made more than 300 appearances, as the highest is at 308. Alex Iwobi, even though he made his 300th appearance, he couldn't help his team win or even get a draw, as they lost it late on against Newcastle United. On Sunday, Manchester City lost to Aston Villa, a very well-spirited Aston Villa who started the season poorly, but now they are beginning to pick themselves up as they have now defeated Manchester City in what is also looking like a trouble season for Manchester City, as it is only Erling Haaland who has been scoring goals for City. Haaland couldn't get the goals, and City lost this one. Liverpool also continued their poor run of form, as they have now gone 4 Premier League games, losing them all. Liverpool lost 3-2 to Brentford. It was a 3-1 for some point for Brentford, but Liverpool staged some fight back and got one back through Mohamed Salah. But there's been lots and lots of talks on how much Salah is given to the team and how much Liverpool is struggling. And it is now 4 Premier League games all losing, and Liverpool, the Premier League champions, are in a place where they do not find familiar. But then we hope they find themselves and pick back their form and get back to how they were looking last season when they won the Premier League. And now we now go straight to the game between Arsenal and Crystal Palace, as Arsenal maintained their lead on top of the Premier League log. It was a 1-0 win for Arsenal, and it was the first Premier League goal of the season for Eberechi Eze, as he continues to prove his importance to the Arsenal setup. Arsenal is now very comfortable at top of the log with 22 points, whereas their runners-up Bournemouth has 19 points. And we now go straight to the Spanish La Liga to check out what's going on, what happened in the La Liga. It was the El Clasico season, but then before we get to the El Clasico, let's get back and look at the Premier League log to see who is on top and who is bottom. Arsenal has 22 points, while Bournemouth has 18 points. Bournemouth is sitting second. Surprisingly, Tottenham Hotspur, they are third right now with 17 points. Sunderland, they are fourth with 17 points as well. Manchester City are fifth with 16 points. Manchester United sixth with 16 points. Liverpool are seventh with 15 points. Aston Villa are eighth with 15 points. Chelsea is ninth with 14 points. And Crystal Palace 10th with 13 points. 11th is Brentford with 13 points. 12th is Newcastle United with 12 points, and 13th is Brighton and Hove Albion with 12 points. Everton is 14th with 11 points. Leeds United 15th with 11 points. Burnley 16th with 10 points. Fulham 17th with 8 points. Bottom of the log is Nottingham Forest, who has 5 points. West Ham United, who has 4 points, and 20th is Wolverhampton Wanderers, who are still chasing their first win of the season. The Premier League log is still shaping up. It is just 9 game weeks, and it means 29 more game weeks to be played until the end of the season. And now let's go to the El Clasico. As yesterday, it was a day of excitement for Real Madrid as they defeated Barcelona 2-1 in the El Clasico. And Madrid, who had lost the El Clasico most recently last season, they lost the home and away of the El Clasico. They found a way to get one back yesterday. The first goal was scored by Kylian Mbappe, and the winning goal from Jude Bellingham. Fermin Lopez pulled one back for Barcelona, but it was not enough to end them something from the game. And this is where we say thank you very much for joining us this afternoon on the Extra Time on Aneke TV. Do well to follow us on social media. It is still Aneke TV on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, X, and even Facebook. My name is Kelechi Naji. See you same time tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
It is the arena, and thanks for joining us, dear viewer, on Aneke Television today. Your favorite program, The Arena, features analysts and guests who come to offer their thoughts and opinions on burning crucial issues and matters facing us as the people in society. As we meet, we take on these burning issues and matters so that we could engender a better society for every one of us through the engagement, the conversation, the interaction. Yes, of course. So you're welcome on board. My name is Chris Anibuogo, and joining us today to talk about Nigeria at 65, the ongoing series. But this time around, today's edition is going to be looking at disability issues and concerns in our country, Nigeria. How fair enough is the larger society treating the people with disabilities, the vulnerable in society amongst us? All right, so to do analysis of this matter, we have the chairman of the people with disabilities in Enugu State, Comrade Onyebuchi Mba. You're welcome to Aneke TV today, sir.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I am so glad to be here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, brother. All right, so dear viewer, relax as the conversation moves on. I don't know how and what it may be for you, Comrade Onyebuchi Mba. You are among the community of persons with disabilities. Yes. Nigeria is 65 years old as a country, moving from 1960, when she gained independence from the colonial masters, till this year, 2025. The president of the country decided that the country should have a low-key celebration. He even ordered that, directed that there should be no parade in the course. But then I don't know what it may be for you, persons with disabilities. How do you feel? Nigeria is 65. Are you super proud to be a member of this society called Nigeria?
Well, the question is so interesting. Well, yes, I am super proud to be a Nigerian, to be a member of the society, a great country, Nigeria, found in African continent, the largest black nation in the whole world. So there are a whole lot of factors that, make me proud as a Nigerian. This is on a general note. But asking me as it has to do with the community where I belong to, my constituency, the disability community, well, I will tell you that it's neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there because we, some years ago, agitated for a document that will fall in line with convention, that is UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, that was promulgated in 2006. For us to have it here in Nigeria. Nigeria, after becoming the signatory to that treaty, we felt like for it to become a working document here, we should have our own document that will suit our Nigerian society. And in 2018, the then President Muhammad Buhari, gave it to us. We celebrated it as if the Messiah has come. And 2018, this is 2025 running. One may ask, how far so far?
7 years after.
So that is why I said he's neither here nor there, because the gift that has been given to us, the gift that appeared then to have become the much awaited Messiah, currently I cannot tell how far so far the pregnant woman. And yes, we have that document at the national. We also have the commission, NCPWD, National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, annually budgeted for, well composited in terms of members of the board and the executive secretary and the chairman. But I will tell you, for those of us within the Nigerian Federation, we're only hearing things about disability matters on the news, reading it on the social media, listening to it on the news, and then following the happenings up there in Abuja. Everything appears to be well centralized over there in Abuja, other than the decentralization, where we know that over 30 million persons with disabilities in Nigeria are not living in Abuja only. They are scattered all over 36 states of the Federation, and then including Abuja. But unfortunately, the zonal offices that have been long expected to be in operation is nowhere to be found. The zonal and regional representations of, because the law provides that each zone should have their own commission representing them. We don't hear anything from them. We don't know what is going on. And I mean, so many calls within our own, those of us who are at the state level, at the regional level, so many calls, so many questions have been coming to us, asking us, what are we doing? The year 2025 is again running away. Another election year is fast approaching. What has been the fate of individuals with disabilities in Nigeria? 65 years down the line that we got our independence. Unfortunately, it appears that the independence of every disabled child is still on the hook. We are still praying that divinity will find a way to intervene, because humanity somehow has given us a document that's supposed to speak directly to our welfare, that's supposed to speak directly to our inclusion, that's supposed to speak directly to our own self-independence as we're talking about Nigerian independence. Nigeria cannot be said to be independent when the citizens are not free from discrimination, free from exclusion, free from being a liability to your brothers and sisters and those around you, free from all kinds of stigmatization as a child with disability. So because of that, we in the disability community are not celebrating anything independence, because we are still being held down by series of perpetual neglects and issues, will I say, socio-cultural matters and factors that have kept us where we are. Some of our colleagues are still left to grow and die in self-pity without any form of motivation. Some of us who have struggled our way through to go through school and, graduated to come, are still today experiencing one form of disability, discrimination or the other. So all of these things put together, those who are supposed to be gainfully employed are still out there struggling and seeking how to and where to fix themselves. So these are the issues we are facing socially, economically, politically. It has not been easy in Nigerian society as a person with disability.
Well, that's a very, very touchy presentation that I must have to tell. But then the good thing is, life just has to move on, and life has been moving on, isn't it?
Sure.
Okay, now, the Nigerian society, as we know, actually, well, with almost every sector, informed that Mr. President was seeking the approval of the National Assembly for him to go get a loan of about $2 billion to invest it into the power sector. So you could imagine 65 years later, down the line. Which other sector? Is there water? We don't have it. So you understand, just quite a number of maybe 1, 2, 3 sectors you could look towards and say, okay, yes, Nigerian society has actually done well coming this far after 65 years. So the disability community in the country, hey, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
It's not going to be a different ball game entirely. But then what we are saying is, what is world doing well.
Yes.
Now, for 65 years of Nigerian existence as a country, are you telling us that it was just the year 2018 that the Nigerian government decided to establish the Persons with Disabilities Commission? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Exactly. Like I said, after that of the United Nations, that of United Nations came. The United Nations rights on that is Charter 1946-48, that of African Human and People's Rights of 1981, all came, including the one that UNESCO came up with, you know, on rights of persons with disabilities, on education, on this or that. All of them put together never had any much direct, you know, kind of a specification to persons with disabilities and their own peculiarities until I made mention of UNESCO came up, and then officially in 2006 the UN now narrowed it down to the rights of persons with disabilities. And then when Nigeria became the signatory in 2010, the agitation on how to domesticate it as a working document in Nigeria became so high. And some of those of you at the media that followed us all through could see a good number of our national leaders, you know, clustering around National Assembly, advocating and pushing for it until finally President Buhari gave it to us that we all celebrated. So it was in 2018. And like I said, the commission is there right now. Annual budget is there right now for that particular commission. But what we are saying is this. The last head count on Nigeria population placed individuals with disabilities in Nigeria at 25 point something million persons.
That's 200 million persons, over
Yes.
200 million persons.
So if you are to use that census now to how many years down the line, I bet you persons with disabilities in Nigeria must have crossed 35 million. Because as we speak, even our security sector alone, our heroes, our gallant officers that do go out to fight insecurity here and there, many of them return back disabled. And that tells you that the population of persons with disabilities in Nigeria are on the increase. Are we to talk about those who are disabled by birth or due to one accident or the other? So it now requires a more deliberate step towards handling issues about persons with disabilities. Yes, I agree with you. We could point 1 or 2 sectors in Nigeria that will say, yes, this sector is working, like the telecom. We're enjoying it.
Maybe the banking sector.
Nothing any man could think of any societal development without human capital development. The able ones in Nigeria, how many square meals do they feed in a day? Not to talk of a child or a person with disability. Those of us who are married and have 2, 3, 4, 5 kids, how do we succeed on our own independently? Remember, our discourse is focused on Nigeria independence at 65.
That's right.
So for us to enjoy that independence, how independence are we? Maintaining our various families, you know, caring for our wives and children. I mean, doing other things just like every other human beings. I mean, it is true that generally in Nigeria things appear not to be working well for anybody. But then Mandela said one thing, that a society is measured, that the civilization of every society is measured by the way and manner they treat the vulnerable. You get? So Nigeria can only be considered to be a civilized society looking at how much do they care for individuals with disabilities, how much do they care for our women representation in governance, how much do they care for the vulnerable entirely. As we speak, there are too many internally displaced persons in Nigeria, persons with disabilities included. In this case, just a few days ago, we are told about how some cash were distributed to those of them at Meduguri. I mean, our members in Borno State. So that is one out of many across Nigeria Federation. So when you see a Nigerian able-bodied man or woman fully, maybe suffering one thing or the other, if you are to narrow it to a person with disability, the whole thing is, you decide that one will say, oh, I pity this person, I sympathize with this person. But do we still preach for sympathy in 21st century world about disability matter? The answer is no. What we advocate for is empathy.
Empathy and not sympathy.
Putting yourself in the shoe of Onyebuchi, who is not seeing. If you wake up in the morning in your house, close your eyes for some minutes, walk around to experience how blindness, you know, appears like. If you feel like this person I usually see on wheelchair every time, just sit down and begin to force yourself to make a move. Close your 2 ears and begin to force yourself to see if you can hear. Life is not easy in Nigeria generally, but for persons with disabilities, I mean, it is a hostile world, I must describe it to be. There's no friendliness to it. And if I am allowed to continue, I will tell you that the whole thing is worsened in eastern Nigeria.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Southeast Nigeria in
Southeast
particular.
Nigeria.
That is where the whole pain lies on.
Why do you say so?
I say so because the whole of the 5 southeastern governors, they don't think about persons with disability. It's just Abia State governor that is doing a whole lot now as we speak in disability community. Their commission, Abia State Commission for Persons with Disabilities, is up and running. What budgeted? The buses they imported recently, my colleagues there told me that it is all disability friendly, designed for persons with disabilities own usage. Not the CN buses that were recently brought into Enugu. And when you enter into it, there's no designated areas for a person or persons with disabilities to sit, or a person on wheelchair to, you know, make use of. There's no RAM to the buses for a person on wheelchair to easily roll into the bus in a 21st century world. And we are learning that we are developing. And we are learning the whites. And we are saying how Dubai is, how America is, how UK is. And we'll copy some of the things they are doing to do here and do it in a different dimension. The roads we are building is not disability friendly. The schools we are building is not disability friendly. This law that I talked about that was enacted in 2018 says that every public building within 5 years is expected to be disability friendly. If yours is not, go and amend it. If you fail to amend it, then you face the wrath of the law. How many public buildings in Nigeria today is disability friendly that a person on wheelchair can enter just as every other person can enter? How many offices and sectors in Nigerian society today can we say a deaf person walking in to meet a sign language interpreter? Our society is designed on what we know as the survival of the fittest. And when it is on that matter, you know that the situation of persons with disabilities cannot allow them or enable them succeed easily. So it's quite a one that I would say the struggle continues.
A whole lot there, a whole lot. And okay, let's start bringing it down home, because already you've urged us on by talking about the southeastern Nigerian experiences with persons with disabilities. So, but the good thing is, the Persons with the Disabilities Commission has been established at the federal level.
Yeah.
But then it's domiciled in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja.
Yeah.
That was in 2018.
Yeah.
So at the zonal level, because I heard you made reference to zonal. At the zonal level, are you saying there is no zonal commission yet?
Yes, so the law provides for each zone for the commission to have offices at the zone, the 6 geopolitical zones of the country.
Okay.
That of Southeast initially was proposed to be in Owerri. Sometime last year, the commission had a courtesy call to Abia State Governor that quickly granted them the offer to provide an office for the zone.
For the zone?
Yes, for Southeast zone. So as we speak, I made an inquiry last month and I was told from Abia State that it will soon be ready because that place is undergoing some renovations and construction. So that is a welcome development. That was why I said it's only Abia State Governor that appears to be doing a whole lot about disability matter on how to include and how to bring this set of individuals with disabilities close to the governance. Anambra has their own commission as well running, but how far are they doing is a different thing. But I've just used Abia as a case study to tell you that in the whole of Southeast, Abia appears to be taking the lead.
Okay, we'll come down to the state level, especially in Enugu here, where you are the chairman of the Association of Persons with Disabilities. We'll come down to the state level. So, but at the zonal level, you're saying nothing has taken effect so far.
Nothing.
For persons with disabilities.
We don't have
in the
office.
southeastern region, nothing yet.
Nothing.
Okay. We'll be going on a short break any moment from now. When we return, we'll bring the discussion down home to Enugu State, where we are domiciled. Let's see what the experiences are. But then also is the fact that when we return from this break, we also want to know what really do the persons with disabilities want?
Okay.
What really is your demand? Or what really are your, let me not use the word demand, your plea, your request from the larger society. But that will be when we return from this break. So there you are. Is the arena on Aneke TV today, and I told you Nigeria 65, we are still on this series. But today, our discussion has tilted towards disability issues and concerns. Let's see how far, how well we have done as a people for the members of society who are persons with disabilities. So when we return, the conversation continues with Comrade Onyebuchimba. Stay with us. Yes, you're welcome back to the program. It's still the arena on Aneke TV, and we're looking at Nigeria 65 disability issues and concerns. So back to you now, Comrade Onyebuchimba. Could we bring down this discussion closer us now? In the state, Enugu, where you are the chairman of the Association of Persons with Disabilities, the commission, has it been stepped down to the state level in Enugu so far?
The answer is no, not yet. The law is here in Enugu, duly passed and signed by the immediate administration.
The immediate past administration?
Yeah, the immediate past administration. It was passed by the State Assembly, signed by the immediate past governor, and the implementation is still at...
Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi.
Yes.
Okay.
And as we speak, the implementation is still at the zero level. because the law, like I said, for that of the national, provides for the establishment of a commission. That commission in some states is called agency. In some states is called welfare for persons with disabilities or rehabilitation or whatever. So that of Enugu provides for Enugu State Disability Commission for persons with disabilities. So that is it. And we are still advocating, we are still begging our dear governor to, do the needful, because he has done a lot within the last 2 years.
The current governor of the state?
Yes, the current Dr. Peter Nubisimba.
Okay.
He has done pretty good. In the education sector, he has changed the face of Enugu. In transport sector, like I said about the CNG, but the only thing left there is that the disability inclusion appears to be still on the waiting. So, but come to think of it, all members of the society are giving him that, applause that within the space of 2 years he has done well. But in disability matter, this administration has not done much.
They've not done much for
they have not done much.
disability matter.
Yes, they haven't. The whole thing we've enjoyed within the past 2 years, I would say we are still within the, space of, charity, so to say. Yeah, charity. Maybe one commissioner will call, give me 2 person, 5 person, 10 person for this program or the other. And at the end of it, that is it. But that commission, when it comes...
because the question I want to really ask now is, what really will the commission do for persons with disabilities if established?
What the commission will do is that, one, the commission will be annually budgeted, as every other agencies and offices of the government are being budgeted for annually. That commission is also inclusive, that it will have its own budget covering education for persons with disabilities, covering campaign, awareness, sensitization on disability matters, covering. It will be the duty of that commission now to take it up to various local government areas to still tell them that government didn't stop at Abuja, that government didn't stop at Enugu, that government also is down to my local government area. Those are the grassroots, that they should also absorb this message of inclusion and begin to walk it down to various communities. It is the duty of this commission to know the data of individuals with disabilities in Enugu and adequately budget for them based on their individual needs. What a blind child needed to go through school is not what a deaf child needs. What a deaf child requires to go through school is not what a person with albinism needed. What a person with albinism requires to go through school or to succeed in life is not what a person or a leprosy survivor needed. What a leprosy survivor needs is not what a spinal cord injured person requires to live a life of dignity. All of these individuals with disabilities put together has their own peculiarities, and it will be the duty of this commission to take appropriate data, reliable one, on how it affects each cluster and plan based on their own peculiarities. So, talk of education, talk of empowerment, talk of what we are talking about. This one is not inclusive. The transportation sector is not inclusive. The road, public infrastructures are not inclusive. It will be the duty of this commission, why the state government, executive council are sitting to talk, to develop policies and plans for the state. We will have a representation, a voice in government that will say, okay, this road, this number of kilometers of road that is about to be built in Enugu, this is the universal design on disability inclusion that for persons with disabilities that are also making use of the same public infrastructure. But where that is not possible, Onyebuchi is not a member of a state executive council. In fact, most of the things I see and my members see often come when the decision is already taken. So who speaks for us?
So no inclusion.
No inclusion. So that is the situation. In Enugu, we are begging for this particular commission to come. In 20 24 December 14, last town hall within the Enugu that the governor had. Our dear governor right there told us that by God's grace, next time of the town hall that we're not going to ask this question again, because why? That within the first quarter of 2025, this is 2025, that he is going to inaugurate the State Disability Commission. First quarter gone, second quarter gone. I think this is the third quarter, if not the final one now.
The last quarter, so to say, for the year.
So that is where we are.
So the executive governor of Enugu State actually made this pledge to you people that he will be establishing the commission.
Exactly. And he also repeated that during the recently held Nigeria Bar Association conference. Within because we followed the whole thing up, and to an extent, British High Commission came into it and reminded the governor of the need for the Disability Commission. He said he's going to inaugurate it. On that very day, he was saying next week. So by now, we had even expected that by now the whole thing is done and dusted. But I don't know what could be the matter, the issue, and the reason behind the delay.
Now you are the chairman of the Association of Persons with Disabilities in Enugu State.
Yes.
I want to indict you here. What have you been doing through the association in getting across to the government? For instance, I know we have the Ministry of Gender, Women, Children Affairs. I don't know. That's the ministry you are supposed to be partnering with in the state.
Yes. Yes.
That's good. So what have you done? Because I also understand that the commissioner for that ministry, Ngozi, right? That's her name, in Enugu here.
Yes.
Is actually very accessible. The much I've seen her, as a journalist who is always out there, I've seen her, she's very accessible. So what have you done through your association and through your position to engage the government constantly to keep reminding them that this is what the government has promised to do, and you're still not seeing it yet?
Yeah, that was why, why I was, in the course of my presentation here, I said that some commissioners, a few of them, so our own commissioner for children, gender affairs and social development, Honorable Ngozi, is one person that will have come to, accept as a mother, as not only a commissioner, but a disability champion that has consistently given us that voice and hope. She has been the one taking it up all around all this while, trying to, using her office to do one or two things. But outside what she has done so far, all eyes are on that commission. The last information, we have had a series of meetings with her. I do speak with her regularly. She also on her own calls me to update, to tell us how far so far. The last information she sent across to me was that the governor has set the committee to look into the commission, inauguration of the commission. So this one was the last information that came to me within the last few weeks. But the committee also requires to have reached out to or put one or two calls across. Because there are people, there are commission, human beings are the ones to occupy the commission. Members of the board, executive secretary, chairman of the board, drawn from different ministries and different senatorial zones. So nothing appears to, nothing on that angle has come. But like I said, the commission has been doing a whole lot and, assuring us that very soon we'll have that commission set up.
Okay.
So we are doing a whole, and like you said, you indicting me. I also let you know that severally we have written to the governor. Severally also we have written through the SSG of the state to communicate to the governor, reminding. But you can only write and then follow up your memo to know if it has really gotten to the office of our governor. So that is it. And until we see, another thing is that Disability Day is fast approaching. December, of course, you know that one.
That's remind us the date again. December
3rd.
That's the International Day for Persons with Disabilities.
All over the world, yeah. So that is it. And it's always another occasion that we look up to, not only celebrating it alone, but also seeing our leaders coming around to give us that hope and sense of belonging. And we'll begin to believe that, yes, this society is actually meant for all of us.
All right. Good enough you've been pushing. Good enough you're commending the efforts of the Commissioner for Gender, Women, Children, Social Development Affairs in Enugu for actually being very, very, accessible and helpful to your call. But we also want to reach join voices with you as media to appeal to the governments of Enugu State to kindly, do justice to the matter. Maybe, let's just be hopeful that maybe before the International Day of Persons with Disabilities comes around December, maybe before then, maybe the commission will be established in Enugu State.
Very, very possible.
Okay. All right, so let's step a little away from there before the signals begin to come for us to begin to wind down. There is this other thing about persons with disabilities that begins to give some of us, concern. You made a statement that what you need from society is not sympathy, rather you need empathy. Some persons listening may not really understand what the difference is between sympathy and empathy. But the point I need to establish here is the fact that some of your colleagues in your community have actually allowed themselves to be used somehow. You move around society, you see people, being dragged along the streets, along the motor parks, begging for alms. Should we actually get to that level? Do we need to get to that level? In this 21st century, as you've always recalled, do we still need to see persons with disabilities begging for alms, for aid at motor parks and the markets, along the streets?
Well, you see, whenever you hear me speak, I do not actually focus on my person as an individual to talk. I speak looking at the next person, a child with disability at Aniri, a child with disability in Uzuwani, a child with disability in any part of Enugu State.
Or even across the country.
Or even across the country.
In Borno State, in Lagos,
exactly.
Well.
So what I will tell you is that a life with disability is not an easy one. Come to think of it, the truth of the matter is that I won't, because Onyebuchi has the strength to survive, now begin to think that everybody must have the other strength to survive. Life is a function of grace. I will not, because Onyebuchi had the opportunity to have gone through education, and begin to think that everybody must. There are those who may not have such strength, and because of the societal design, the way culturally we've come to, see life exist in this part of the world, the person may have no other choice than thinking that if I don't do this one, I will die. If I don't do this one, nobody remembers me. That is not to say that I'm justifying it, but I'm just trying to lay that background of factors that, bring individuals with disabilities to such dehumanizing condition. And unfortunately, will I say lack of employment in Nigeria, some able ones leveraging on it. You see them going around with ID card, arranging individuals with disabilities, bringing them to beg for arm. At the end of the whole thing, who do they give account to? That is also part of what will be the function of this commission if inaugurated. Because the law speaks also directly on how such individuals or groups should be dealt with once they are caught. They will be going all over Enugu, Holy Ghost, on Soka axis, Aba, and every part of Enugu to begin to fish out both those doing it in the public views and those doing it at the secret places. So we condemn that in totality, because there are other ways, better ways, that individuals with disabilities could be rehabilitated and their lives, brought back to dignity, and not by the way of messing them up. Some of us, as we speak, individuals come around and in the name of helping persons with disabilities, at the same time exploiting them, particularly our ladies. You hear stories like, I will marry you, and then as the person who is telling you I will marry you, the same person is abusing you. The same person is taking, commanding you, you go for begging, you beg, at the end of begging, you'll be making that account, returning to the person telling you I will marry you. These are some of the issues. But until our government becomes more intentional in all of these things and not looking away, the situation will continue. We're not glorifying it. We're not appreciating, we're not clapping for such, because the society we are in and the world in general is moving, and our Nigerian society should move with the rest of the world. Okay. Persons with disabilities are seriously behind. United Nations will say Operation Leave No One Behind. In Nigeria, we have been left behind. In Southeast, we have been left behind. In Enugu State, we have been left behind. Everything still revolves around charity. And charity, I keep saying it, is not sustainable.
Charity is not sustainable.
It cannot put food on my table.
Is that what explains what could be the thin line between sympathy and empathy?
Well, sympathy and empathy is...
Could you speak to that one?
Sympathy is when you are, pity. Hey, yeah, hey. Sometimes they will even be crying. Hey, Satan, it will not be well with you. When your chimba is blind, a young man like this is blind. And the person, you see the person crying. It's not by crying. It's by looking at me and knowing what is my pain. Like I said, closing your eyes, as in placing yourself in my own, assuming you are the one. Then you look at what could be my own problem. Maybe crossing of road. You guide me to cross road. You have done your job. You have done what you're supposed to do. Sympathizing with the person. So it's not by the way of crying, like what we witness in different special education centers, where organizations visit for one thing or the other to render charity. They will come there, you see a good number of them cry. It's not so. We are not saying sympathize, as in sympathize. It's by the way of empathy. This child desired to be in school. I am a product of education. Somebody took me to school and I went through school. That's why I'm sitting here today. So if you say a child with disability within you and you have the resources to help that person out, empathize with him or her by taking him to school. Sponsor him or her to become educated man or woman. And by so doing, at a certain stage of life, the person will become self-independence, self-reliability, and less liability to people around him or her. So that is what we meant by empathy and sympathy. Because sympathy will continue crying. After crying today, tomorrow you see me, you continue crying. Next tomorrow you see me, you continue crying. The sympathy continues. No, that is not the best way to go.
So by empathizing, you need empowerment.
That is it.
You need to be empowered to be able to deal with life.
It's a natural thing. Disability is a natural thing. What makes disability becomes disability indeed is the factors that constrain us, as in those barriers. Those discriminations, those neglects, stigmatizations that persons with disabilities.
Talking of which, stigmatization, discrimination, how far has the family, the immediate family of the person with disability, contributed towards the stigmatization and discrimination of the person with disability?
The smallest unit of every society is
That's
family.
it.
And that
because
is
we
why
talk of government, we talk of the society, but what about the family now?
That is where the whole thing begins. From the family, that immediate family, discrimination from father, from mother, and all that. It is only see, if your family, a family of a child with disability, once the papa, the mama, the siblings love that boy, that girl with disability, the society will love him or her. Why it is the way it is because family has failed. If a family has a child with disability, they will think that the gods have caused them, that they are under curse. That is because of the sins of the forefathers that such as a family, such a child came their way. It's not true. It's a natural occurrence that can come either by birth or by accident. So that is the situation. And when it comes from the family, I must also say that our religious sector has not lived up to expectation.
Religion?
Yes. Where we know that, do you know that a good number of persons with disabilities don't go to church?
Why?
Because of discrimination, because of that neglect, because of that stigmatization, because they feel ashamed coming around a church building and you are a person on wheelchair and there's no place for you to roll in. For those of them that will become, sympathizing around you, they will begin to lift you. To carry a big man or big woman, I mean, that is not dignity.
Comrade Onyebuchimba, the issues are never ending now. So, but the program is time to go on the show. But then it's going to be, a constant, okay? We'll keep bringing you around to keep talking to these issues until we succeed, because we're not giving up until we succeed, okay?
Yeah.
That's right. So the family has not helped matters. The larger society has not helped matters. Even the government is still not helping matters around disability issues in Nigeria. So you watching, what do you think is your own contribution towards helping the situation and condition of a person with disability in your family, in your neighborhood, in the larger society? Do your bit. They do not want sympathy. They rather request for empathy. The person who is disabled could be educated. Like you could see our guest speaking grammar, even almost more than my humble self, I tell you. So it's all as a result of empowerment. So let's do the much we can for them as a society. And again, anybody could become disabled.
That's right.
The man who is not disabled today could encounter accident tomorrow and become disabled. So if we set the system in an organized way, you see that we're better prepared for tomorrow, whatever comes. But God be with us. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Any independence message for Nigeria?
Well, the independent message is that tell a child or tell a friend to tell a friend that disability inclusion is paramount. Inclusion to one is inclusion to all. As it is said that injustice to one is injustice to all. So we all desire a society that will be all-inclusive. In Igbo, we say, "Bere, ugo bere." In Igbo, we say, "Onyaya la nwanne ya." But today, I na yazi wanai.
Okay, so do not leave anyone behind is the message. Happy Independence, Nigeria. My name is Chris Aneke saying bye for now.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Haya kwa
kwekwe yibo do
Obeba ya kwa bo.
Na ma na mu kwado ndi ni ma showo ndi de kwekwe yibo do ne do da mu na bo
Iya
yibo do ne ka
iya
do da mu no goro mo mu ke ke ko do ne ke ayi de de ke je bo do ne ke ko mo ga shi do bo ko ma sha bi do ne ke chi lo
Lele ma lo lo ko. Wo ele yo babari. Wo mu jibe go je ka kala. Wo la gele jo ku bi de ya do lu bu la bo le je no ke do wo. Dulo to goro. Iya.
Mo so mo de mo ku ma tu. Mo na yi de ni ba ku ku. Mo so ma la ku ko to de ni da ma jo. Ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbẹ̀.
Iya, ọ gara achọ. Ọjọ́ iwu ọrụgọ ga-eje. Ọjọ́ iwu ọrụgọ ga-eje.
Ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbẹ̀.
Ije wo egide bụ wigbo ọbẹrẹjẹ ní ugwuzo ebe gbúdọ̀ òwòrò ugwuru jede ọbẹrẹjẹ ní ugwuzo ebe gbúdọ̀ òwòrò ugwuru jede ebe mẹgbẹlẹ onye uche dị na ji na nka dọrọ enye ọkanụ.
Ọmọ ụtụtụ nke nje ka na-adị uche nwaka wede bụ igbo nwa shọwọ nwaka adọmoju ụjọ nke na-ete ga abịrị nwa shọwọ nwa igbo ụbọchị m na-ejere nkwọ ọba anyị
onye anyị jere nkwọba anyị oge na-aba ya oge na-aba ya nwaje gara obodo Ubuchi.
Good morning to you, our global audience. Good morning, Nigeria, and good morning, 042. It's a bright new day today on the Sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you for tuning in and joining us on this bright new week and this beautiful Monday. And as always, wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even making breakfast or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Monday morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. Today is Monday, 27th October 2025, and we're bringing a full lineup of weather, news, trending stories, and of course, that special sunrise vibe that get you ready to conquer the day. So, relax, grab your tea or coffee, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll give you a preview of the show.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimi Kemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us, and here is the preview of the program today. First, we'll bring up shortly, we'll kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and stay well-driven, all focused. Then, we'll go straight into the day top headlines. In our newspaper, everything you need to stay informed will be served hot and crispy. Followed with that, we'll give you the weather forecast across Southeast today. And then later, we'll round things up with the celebration or observance of the day to lift your spirit up. And right into the quote. Our quote for today is coming from Ralph Ransom. His quote says, "We live in a strange world where the poor work miles to get food and the rich work miles to digest food." I take that again. Ralph Ransom says, "We live in a strange world where the poor work miles to get food and the rich work miles to digest food." This quote speaks powerfully about the irony and inequality in our world. So let's break it down. According to him, we live in a strange world where the poor work miles to get food and the rich work miles to digest food. He uses simple but yes striking contrast to show how different people's struggles are based on their circumstances. For instance, the poor, they work miles in search of food, representing a struggle for survival, while the rich work miles in order to digest food. For the poor is a question of lack of access to basic needs, and for the rich, taking miles, working miles to digest food talks about excess of comfort and resources, so much that they now exercise to stay healthy or manage what they have consumed. The quote highlights deep social irony. Both groups are working, but for opposite reasons. One out of necessity, the other out of luxury. The deeper message here by Ransom is reminding us how imbalanced our society has become, where wealth and poverty create such drastically different realities. It is also a quiet call for empathy and awareness that while some people fight to live, others live to fight boredom or indulgence. In essence, this quote invites reflection on fairness, compassion, and the absurdity of inequality in the modern world. So, which of the spectrum do you find yourself? Do you work in order to search for that basic necessity, or you work just for leisure to digest the one you've consumed? Our society will be a better place if we recognize the both imbalances in our society, in as much as no matter the spectrum where you find yourself, there is always a need, there's always a want. There's never a time you get to a position of comfort where you no longer need anything. But as we journey along this path, where you work in order to meet your needs, or where you work for leisure, let's recognize both at this pathway, accord each other the desired respect, and if possible, exchange the needed pleasantry that could help us balance the situation. While you work for leisure, recognize the one who works for necessity. Such, our society could be a better place. But however, like Ramson did observe the irony of life, we'll continue living this irony. And in as much as we recognize that this irony, this imbalance is a part of life, life will become easier. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll take a look at today's weather reports.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Stay tuned as we take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today. We'll start with the state of Anambra, the capital, Oka. Good morning to Oka. Early hours will be mostly cloudy, with some rain showing up in the early morning. Then clouds hanging around as the day warms up. Expect highs reaching around 29 degrees Celsius by mid-afternoon, easing back into high 20s later on. And over to Enugu, the coal city. Midnight and early morning cloud bring thunderstorms. Then shower ease off by morning. From late morning onwards, sunshine breaks through with highs up to 32 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. And in the city of Abakaliki, the night stays mostly cloudy. Showers possible around early morning. Then we will see the sun trying to push through. Afternoon highs climb to around 32 degrees Celsius. Later in the day, things mellow out. And over to the Jivun city of Owerri. You are waking up mostly cloudy, with rain likely around 7 to 8 a.m. The skies then clear into mostly cloudy as we approach midday, with peaks up around 31 degrees Celsius in the early afternoon. Evening will bring cooler, gentler air. And to Umahia. And finally, good morning Umahia. Intermittent clouds overnight with potential showers around early morning. Then by late morning to afternoon, the sun will be breaking through and highs will hit about 32 degrees Celsius. Evening heading back to comfortable highs around 20 degrees Celsius. So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay comfortable, stay safe. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the newspaper headlines.
Hello, I'm Deborah Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us on the Sunrise. Now, let's take a look at what made the front page news today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and the Guardian newspapers. Now, let's take a look at The Nation headline.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.